I fixed the typo. I fixed it. There was a typo. I don't know if you saw it. I fixed it though. How are we though, guys? Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're all good. What is going on? Hold up a second. I lost my browser for a second and it's took away my fucking playlist. But how are we, guys? How are we? Welcome. So, we're going to be finishing off Lonely Trail today. We're like right at the end, right? So that hopefully shouldn't take too long to get it wrapped up. It's been a great journey. And then we're on to like chapter 13. Yeah, a lot of you guys are asking for Walk in the Dust and stuff. Yes, maybe we could do it. But how is everybody? I want to have I want to have a discussion beforehand though. I was thinking about maybe watching this Cookie Kazi vid, but I don't know if we'll do it today. There's a couple of clips I want to look at. There's a clip from Xbox and there's a clip from Arknights EN as well, because we've got Icebreaker Games coming, haven't we? Number 2, should I say? Because we've got the Hiyuki gameplay from Wira as well. I wanted to take a look, because I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of fire. Almost to the point where I'm looking, I'm like, I might reinstall Wira just to try and get that character, man. I'm being for real. She looks insane, man. She looks insane. I missed the Enfield war on Discord today. How did I? I'm sure we're probably going over the same conversations we've already been over here. What's going on, Flix? What's going on, Ken? What's going on, Canis? Welcome, Zera, Ducklord. Welcome to the stream. More Saint content, please. Do you know the funny thing is? I was actually going to touch on something about Saint in today's stream, but I don't know if I'm going to bother and we'll do it in a video or if we will. Because I saw a clip from Fox and it's at the end of one of his videos, yeah, which I kind of wanted to talk on. And I do have some funny clips from before that I thought would be kind of cool, but I don't know if I'm honest, because it's kind of like picking on a kid now, because dude's just incapable of fighting back, right? Now he thinks he's, and his audience think he's, but he's just not, you know? Like, he's out there like with the illusion of grandeur, but it's just not happening, is it? But I saw him trying to literally blame Pokey for you know, these DMCAs and calling them full strikes on content. To be fair, they are content creators, right? They're making art. But I love the way he puts himself in the bracket with artists. Bro, you make react slot content. I do as well. Like, obviously I make my own videos, but I make react slot content. Let's not compare that to people who make gorgeous art online, okay? It's just not the fucking same. These other CCs got hit as well, like I did. No, what you did, you reacted to somebody's video and dragged the name through the mud and defamed them. What they did was create some art and somebody fraudulently pretended to be the owner of the IP. It's just not the fucking same, right? But his dumbass, backwards, inbred brain doesn't see that, does it? Well, he does, but we all know why he does it, because he's an agenda-driven freak. But anyway, enough of that. How are we? Saint's fucking boring. He is, isn't he? He is. It was fun at first. It's not so fun anymore. It's not so fun. It really isn't. But yeah, man. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? Apologies for being a little bit late as well. Rosie got back later than I thought today. So I had a little bit to eat, chill with her a little bit. I did play a bit of Enfield. I've been trying to fix my fucking Wooling base. I actually ended up kind of redoing my Valley 4 base as well, to kind of try and make that a bit more profitable. Obviously, I need to level up my my regional development, so I need to get some more stuff sold in Wooling. So I've tried to make that a little bit more profitable, but I kind of fucked it up at the same time. The gears, the Cubrium gears coming out fine though now. We're at about 1,300 parts. That's churning along. I've managed to get the power, I think, stable now as well. So we can just start slowly selling stuff, and then we can start selling, what is it? The other is syringes. They're quite valuable, right? I think they are anyway. But yeah, how are we? Are we doing good, are we? Are we doing good? Can we have 3 hours today? I think we can beat that. I think we can beat that casual. I think we can double it and give it to the next person, yeah? Saint made some crazy statements implying nobody played Persona 5 in the gacha space, or saying HSR killed the Fate franchise as a whole. Wait. What does HSR have to do with the Fate franchise? I'm confused on that one. Oh, the other one's just a reach without facts, right? Because he does that all the time. Like, everybody quit Enfield, right? Like, I know there's people in this community who aren't massive fans of Enfield compared to Arknights, but the statements of everybody quit Enfield is just like, proof, you know? Oh, which track I forgot, yeah. Forgot about that. My bad. Yo, Ricardo, what's going on, dudes? Zona's just got such a banger OSC. It has. Ryan played, nobody knows what life will change. He's like, even people in the plate listen to that song. He basically said the collab was so bad, it killed the franchise somehow. Oh, that was his argumentation. Okay. He's just a fucking idiot, you know. He genuinely is. Like, the thing with Saint, right? You know, if he wasn't so unlikable and uncharismatic and like just a nasty person, he'd be funny. Like, because some of the stuff he says, you'd be like, you know, if that was attached to a charismatic, likable person, you could probably laugh along with it, right? And be like, here he is again, listen to him. But it like, funny, you know? But he's just not, is he? He's just like, bro, you're such a prick. It's just a prick, man, you know? Baku, how's he going? Welcome. He's probably being exaggerative in the Fate collab. Sorrel was so bad it killed Fate. The thing with Saint, though, like, even when he's like, when he's talking in hyperbole and stuff and, like, you know, doing his exaggeration, it just doesn't land, does it? Because he then, like, is repetitive to the point where it isn't like a satirical, ironic statement anymore. You know, it's just another way for him to bang the drum and then later come back of, well, you know, I wasn't really doing that. It's just, you know. That collab was a disgrace, but no way did it affect the Fate franchise. It was a bad collab, right? Although I didn't play, I heard nothing positive about it, even from HSR fans that are also Fate fans, right? At least that seems to be anyway. I think the only thing that came out of that was he got free Archer, right? That apparently I think he's still a good character. So I think a lot of people, you know, were happy about that, which is, you know, free characters are always good, aren't they? Also picks an O when you say people who don't like Enfield in their community. That's me. Nah, there's plenty of people in Discord, bro. There's plenty of people in Discord. Like, you definitely the only one in my community that I've seen take issues with Enfield as a whole or in part. That's fine. It's no shade, bro. You know I ain't like that. You know what I mean? It's never a look at this guy. He don't like the thing I like. Fuck him. You know? I don't think like that. I don't know. You know that. The Fate collab story was ass, but the characters are fire. Archer's still top tier. Yeah, I was gonna say yeah, because he got him free, right? Easy. Say so bad at argumentation that he picks out the weakest point of your argument and builds his entire narrative around. Well, yeah, his whole thing is poisoning the well. Pokey was right about that, and just strawmans, right? That's his whole thing. That's his. I said to CJ actually. I said, isn't it funny that have you seen how, like, you know, when he's come to this? Fuck, I forgot his name. I feel like I'm being disrespectful now. Analytical vibes or something. The dude who was arguing with him about the tier list stuff, right? Do you see how he reacted to I think pretty much the entirety of his video, right? The reason he did that was because he made the mistake of arguing semantics around Rua and things like that, right? Saint will sit there all day long and do that, right? Because what he'll do is he'll pre-watch all the stuff, spend time, like, arguing specific things to then, like diminish and take away from all your other points, and then just make out that you've got, like, fucking Saint derangement syndrome or something like that. That's why you see when it comes to the videos where they were critical of him and actually showed him doing the things that make him look like a crazy individual. Bro doesn't want to touch it with a barge pole, but he'll talk about your views, and he'll talk about you know, like, or he'll go to the transcript and pick out a word and then say, well, there's no point watching this entire video because of this. It's you know, it's what I said before. I said this before, man. A lot of people made the mistake before of arguing in good faith with Saint. There's no point. You may as well just roast him. That's the best way to deal with him, because and people will say, well, that makes you disingenuous, really. But you're not, because there's no good faith arguments with Saint. You know what I mean? Because that is in his wheelhouse. That's not how he does things. his ways just of pre-watching content and just arguing in bad faith all the time. It's never to try and have a conversation. It's always to prove he's right at any cost. And he'll never come with a fair debate. Like, you know, it's like, it's probably one of the reasons that will be argued in court if the whole Pokey thing goes to court, right? To this good faith argument that Saint never really goes into React content in good faith. And that's what makes him a bad reactor, in my opinion. People can say he's good because he can turn a 45-minute video into 2 hours. That doesn't mean you're a good reactor. Let's face it. The term good reactor is kind of an asinine thing. Anyways, it's just somebody watching something and having a conversation at the end of that. That's how I look at React content. I don't see myself as a reactor. I just see myself as somebody who sometimes watches other people's content and has a discussion, because it's an interesting way to discuss things, because it's almost like you're conversating with the person making the video anyway, but obviously they can't rebuttal your arguments, can they? But yeah, who just does it all about in such a bad faith way? Same goes for Tobro C today. No, I didn't. What's happened? I didn't see what's happened. No. Taint's whole Taint. I'm always just repeating the same insane things until people stop caring to refute you. Well, yeah, it's a age-old thing, isn't it, man? Just you say something long enough and it becomes truth in a sense, doesn't it? How long are we going to get for today? Well, we're going to talk about a little bit about Etch Salvage in a minute, because I want to have conversations, because obviously I made a video saying at the minute I think the best content outside of the main content for me is the Delver of the Cryptic, right? And that's specifically subjective for me for various reasons, right? Because it exemplifies some of the really good things I like about Enfield's traversal and environmental design and stuff, right? But I'm also cognizant of it's like strong in the sense that comparing it to the rest of the content in terms of Endgame, if you will, is a little bit weak at the moment. Umbral Monument's fine, but it's nothing spectacularly unique, and Etch Space is just so underdeveloped and undercooked that, like, you know, I think Etch Space has so much potential, and I kind of want to talk about that. Now, it might never happen, right? Well, I think it's an interesting conversation to have, and we can attempt to maybe improve, and we're going to do it around the frame of Elden Ring Night Rain. Not specifically, but it's because a lot of people have suggested that it would be good to introduce some of the systems and mechanics from that. So I want to learn a little bit more about Night Rain, because I've never played it. I played Elden Ring, I played some of the From Software games, but I've never played Night Rain. So I want to see what systems could potentially come in to Etch Space. So I do want to have that conversation as well. He crashes out in his Discord sometimes and reactors in a power plant. Okay. Will Biggs make some podcast content with someone about Arknights or Enfield? I don't know. I'm not gonna. I've been invited on a couple of podcasts, right? But it's either they've been at bad times for me, or I'm terrible at noticing my DMs, man. Like, for ages, like, I've had so many people message me over, like, large points of time, and I just haven't known because I haven't accepted DM requests and stuff, like, you know what I mean? I'm terrible for it. Plus, I can be incredibly antisocial at times, honestly, you know? I saw that. I saw about a minute of it when I was jumping out the shower. Ricardo, I do plan to watch that, actually, because I do think you've got some balanced takes when it comes to stuff like that in games from the content I've watched you. So I'll definitely be interested in seeing what you got to say about that as well, actually. I didn't have any intention to build Pearly Care, but I got all the items for even a essence. What's going on, Danny? Lich, what's going on? Last night, Volpez was talking about how mad the Rossi story must be making him. In what way? In what way? Because, like, you know, for me, you know Rossi's story, it was incredibly short, right? But, like, I actually kind of enjoyed it. And I'm hoping that it potentially, like, some of the side quest companion stories we see in Arknights, Enfield, and maybe they set up some future stuff for them to come back in MSQ a little bit deeper later on. And it's a good way to set the tone or set them up a little bit for potential stuff later on, maybe. Because I do want to talk about that at some point, maybe in a video. Because, like, I saw the title of Cookie's video, and it got me thinking. Because it was, I can't remember what exactly the title was, but it was like, I think it was something along the lines of, what the fuck was it now, actually? Let me look before I say it wrong. All right, let me get scene change as well, 2 secs. What the fuck was the title of his video? Yo, Vez, what's going on? Sorry, I missed your comment there as well. I just saw that. Just got here. I like the fake collab, but it's really bad quality for collab. Would have been good for normal side content. Sorry about that. I thought I saw your name. I was just thinking, I'm sure I saw Vez just, but I didn't react. What's the fucking title of that video? It was definitely something that got me thinking. So it might have been that bloody fish. Something about soulless characters or something. Let me... Where is he? That's it. Why does Enfield characters feel soulless? Why does Enfield characters feel soulless? That sounds weird. Why does Enfield's characters feel soulless? Yeah, I kind of want to have a talk about that because, like, I saw the video. Like, I haven't seen it, but you know when you hover over a video, and I saw Arknights' character selection, like he was starting a stage on Arknights. So I'm assuming there's some comparisons going on there. I probably should watch the video for one, but like it just got me thinking about it anyway. Again, I keep saying this. I do think there's an expectation of too much too early in this game, but I'm not even sure that's where he's framing the argument or what the argument's about. Right, I'm curious to see what he's got to say about it. So maybe we'll watch it, but maybe we'll do that in another stream. Maybe. I think like maybe we can ask a question if devs will add any level of co-op in games for Enfield. So far, all we can do is some little things on Spaceship, and that seems like it. See, like, you know, if we have co-op, I don't know, like, how would you... Now, we could go into this conversation when it comes to talking about Etch Space, right? Because I've got some potential ideas around it myself, where it changes, like, team comp altogether. Like, literally, like, you're running solo units, and then potentially you could add in... co-op, but even still then, and there's other ways to go about co-op, right? But I think specifically because the way you do a lot of like stacking your abilities in this game rather than rotating through, which you're doing the similar sort of thing in a sense, but it's different, right? I don't know how, like, if you were running a unit and somebody else is running a unit and somebody else is running a unit, if it would work in terms of inherent gameplay feel, or we just had separate teams doing something. I don't know, man. I don't know. I would like to see some sort of co-op sort of gameplay in some essence, or even potentially some PvP if it was done in a specific way. Obviously, not to be about paying to win, but Hypergryph said this when they're asked about it, right? They've thought about it, but I think it's really very much on the back of back burners for them, you know? Soulless. I don't know, every unit feels different tonight at other times to shine, but well, that's it, because like when Arknights started, well, obviously I wasn't here for year one of Arknights, but there's plenty of units, and there's still some units, not necessarily launch units, that haven't had that love. That, like, launch units that didn't get stories stuff quite a bit later, right? That didn't get their time in the spotlight, if you will. And I suppose it all comes down to what actually dictates a character feeling, for you having some connection to a character, for a character feeling soulless or not soulless. Because I think sometimes it's definitely a subjective thing, right? Of course it is. Now, does it come down to like the character's look, voice lines, gameplay, story content, connection to the character through time spent with them and such, which we've got to be cognizant. There's Enfield just hasn't had the time to do a lot of things that I think a lot of people are wanting from it now. There's things to criticise Enfield for now, and of course, right, but I definitely do think certain things, it's like, I just think, and it makes sense, the Arknights community has high expectations, and that's fair, right? It's fair, you know what I mean? They did build their own rod for their own back, right? In creating such a fucking amazing world in Arknights and such a good game, so, you know, you can't even judge people for it, really. I don't feel like the Enfield character's soulless animation plays into personality too, and they're well animated. One of the points is that a lot of personality we perceive in OG Arknights is because we create our own ideas of them, since a lot of people don't read the stories. That's true. And I also do believe, I've said this before, right? There's a power in the written word, in the sense that, of course, for me, I believe games are the greatest medium of storytelling and art, in the sense that you can get the experience of a book, you can get the experience of a movie, and then you have the interactivity of it as well, where you can control the destiny to a degree, right? So I feel like it's the best of all worlds in a sense. But there's everything, every medium's got its points where it can outshine another medium, right? But books have such a power in that they put so much on you, right? You imagine how characters, obviously characters can be described, but you still put a face to the name. The voices, their inflections, the way they talk, the way they move. Something can be described in a book, like down to the T, right? But it's up to you and your brain how you perceive that and then recreate it in your own head. And I think by just doing that, that can craft a deeper connection because of the process, if that makes sense sometimes. But definitely on a writing side of things, of course, like we're at a point where the writing's nowhere near what Arknights is either, you know what I mean? But for me, 1.1, I think out of all the characters so far, I think there's that with Tang Tang, right? We found out that Tang Tang had a troubled past, you know. She was adopted or brought into a family, then lost a family now by the end of 1.1 in its entirety, but still has a family because she has a great family. It's definitely like obviously that story of home and a feeling of connection with people. But like I find her story interesting, and then obviously the death. Like a lot of people were like, wait, that death doesn't mean anything, but it wasn't supposed to mean anything. It was supposed to mean something to Tang Tang, which then facilitated a plot point, right? Which I thought Tang Tang's story in 1.1, I think it was well done, personally. I actually enjoyed it for myself. Silver Ash got the event like 3 years later, I think. Characters in Enfield so far tend to be polished turds in a sense. I definitely do think there's I don't know if I'd go as far to say that. I think there's definitely a bit of sterility compared to Arknights. That's definitely a thing, right? That's definitely a thing. But who knows? Maybe that changes on. Etch Space needs to do something with corruption mechanics like hallucinations or an enemy that hunts you like the Grim Reaper. That'd be kind of dope, actually. I like the idea of that. I'm going to shoot you at the end. We've got to have a talk about Arknights and Enfield sometime. Keep it on stream too. Yeah, man. I don't know if you can take a book comparison that far. The game gives us the dying, the voice, the inflections, a few lines everyone has too. Plus all the animations outside the game. Oh, well, of course you've got the voice. I'll get what you're saying now. I was trying to process what you're saying there. Of course you've got that, but in terms of when you're sitting down and reading the story, you've got none of that. Of course you've got little lines that they say, but that still doesn't give you that same connection. At least I don't. Like, when I think the only character I really do with, probably. Actually, I don't even know if I do. Like, I think pretty much every character. Like, as I'm reading through story nodes in Enfield, I suppose maybe I just think differently. Like, I don't attach their voice lines, and I think I read it in my head in that voice. I just don't. So I suppose maybe that would disconnect for me, but everybody's different, right? Even me, for being a former stockade resident, and that's why she acts like a harmonic towards rather than the actual police. I've only done first half of the story, found it pretty solid. Yeah, that's what I said. I nearly caught myself with certain things. I ain't gonna obviously, because you guys might not have finished it, but yeah, I think it's really well done, especially at the end. In the last little bit, I think it's solid. The written format also has much more room for minutiae, which does a lot. Well, exactly right. I've said this a million times. Like, if your end goal, right? Let me just pause the music a second. If your end goal is to expect the same experience from Arknights as in Enfield in terms of characters and character development, because obviously that ties to writing as well, you're never going to get that level, specifically because one is a visual novel and the other one's a 3D animated game. You're just never going to get that vast catalogue of writing. Plus, the writers can just be left to go book wild, right? You don't have to get the director involved. You don't have to get animators involved. Just write the shit, and then we'll add stages in where we feel like it works, right? Whereas in something like Enfield or Wirra or Genshin or Zenless Zone Zero, all these other games, writer can come up with all these insane ideas, but it gets tailored to fit the animation team and the direction and the budget and the voice actors and whether we can get them in at certain times and all that sort of stuff. It just changes the whole process. Do you know what I mean? The whole process. Like, now that doesn't mean you can't get as high quality story and storytelling, but you're just never going to get the scope. Do you know what I mean? You're just never going to get the scope. It's why that you can get movies taken from books that sometimes can improve, right, in particular ways, but you'll never get the quantity, and there'll always be something missing, whether it's the Harry Potter movies, whether it's the Lord of the Rings movies, probably the best book to movie trilogy ever in Lord of the Rings. But there's stuff that's changed, there's stuff that's missing, there's stuff that's really like kind of definitely a good step between the book and what's on screen, but it has to be done in a certain way because you can't fucking fit a trilogy of insane books like that into a couple of films. You know what I mean? So like you always lose something in that process, I think. I think it's the same with something like Arknights, you know? You can get close, but it's never going to be as granular. Yeah. I look at it as like your close friend's loved one suddenly died and you empathize with your close friend. Exactly, yeah. Even reading a line, you can change the intonation a bit of characters in Arknights. Exactly, yeah, definitely. And you like, you know, it's like even down to like in Arknights sometimes, like when characters are either bumping into each other or attacking each other, or you get a noise, it sounds like an attack, and then you're like, oh shit, they're dead. They're not dead, but it looked like they were dead because you heard the noise, the character went down, but then they're still alive, and it's just like, you know, you process those things, and you're picturing in your head what the character's doing to that other person and how they're reacting and stuff, because obviously you have to do that because you've got two fucking sprites bouncing around on the screen, you know, and you just can never get the same experience. And I think sometimes there is a bit to that. Like, it's like learning, isn't it? Like, I'm a vocational learner, right? Like, I learn so much better on the job because I've never been diagnosed, but I do think I suffer with ADHD because like I struggle to focus and pay attention sometimes, right? If you're trying to give me a shit ton of information, shit just passes through me. Give me something that I'm really interested in, then that's different, but do something on the job, even if I'm not that interested, I digest it much better. And I think sometimes reading something kind of, it does the same sort of thing with your brain, that same process, right? You're taking it in a slower pace. You're taking a moment sometimes to sit on it, you know? Sometimes just even reading words themselves is different than from hearing somebody saying it as well, right? It's just a totally different process, isn't it? Celosaur is my favourite story right now because the lack of voice acting and 3D animation gives them so much freedom and liberty to use everything. Well, yeah. To be fair, I haven't kept up. Like, I want to get back to Celosaur because I do really like Celosaur, but I never really kept up with the story anyway when I was playing it. Like, I stopped playing just after the first event had finished. I really do like Celosaur. Maybe I should go back and check out the story, actually. Just one chapter of FGO Avalon is almost half the length of the Bible in word count. Exactly. You couldn't do that in something like Enfield, right? It just wouldn't happen. Like, one, budget, two, animators would die from overwork, and it should just take forever to make, wouldn't it? 2 seconds. I think Rosie just got back again. Dog wants out. But at the same time, all this being said, right, it doesn't mean the issues that some people have got, and even the dislike for these things in Enfield, doesn't take away from that. Like, you know, they're not wrong. Because obviously it's subjective for one, isn't it? And even though I'm definitely on the side of let's give it a moment first, I'm not here to tell you that you're obviously just a fucking bitch-made hater, man. You know? What are you? A fucking Huyo shield? You know? I'm not here to say that. The band fighting fucking cracks me up. I look at it like someone smacking two figures. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Especially like when they're bumping into each other. It's like a kid in it, like you're playing with your figurines. It's a kid like... It's the best medium, but it's insanely hard to make it really good. So, yeah, you know, like, again, I'm critical of Enfield, right? You know, I'm definitely critical of the start of the game. The story still, well, 1.1 I enjoyed. In terms of like what's happening in Wuling, I'm enjoying it, right? But the overarching story we're still yet to see. I do like Ardashir. I think he seems like an interesting antagonist. You know, seems like he operates a little bit more in the grey again, especially how he talks to particular people in the story, which I won't talk about because I know there's people who haven't finished 1.1. But I feel like we're doing this. I feel like we're on the incline in terms of quality, at least. Anyway, maybe we'll never get there. Who knows? Who knows? Right? We'll just have to. We will just have to. It is just one of those. We'll have to wait and see. Right? We'll have to wait and see. Well, we need to. Yeah, I do need to get back to Limbo Swan because I did enjoy Taiwan. It was enjoyable. Maybe next week because Rose is off all week, so I can do some long streams all next week. But I feel like just going to a very cliche direction with him. Maybe. Like, we have got to take into account they are trying to appease it's saying the mainstream audience, because it almost sounds like you're insulting the general story enjoyer, right? But it's not so much you're insulting this general, it's just when you try to please everyone, you end up kind of fucking up, don't you? Yes, Ricardo. Yes, like her design as well. Fuck, man. Like, I just want her to be playable at some point as well, because fuck, man, her design's insane. Actually cracked. Personally, I really like the 1.1 story. Things got way more dramatic, and we can see the tension and impact of the Blight and Neferif's actions. Yeah. I thought 1.1 was great. I think it ended incredibly strong as well, personally, for me. I think the pacing was much better. I think we could, well, if the pacing gets worse than 1.0, then we're fucked, right? Because I think it's clear to everybody, it wasn't just a bad, well, I don't want to say bad, it wasn't just poor story writing. It was affected by the game trying to introduce all these systems, and I think fearing that you won't understand them, right? So, you know, we obviously got a bit of a skewed introduction to the game purely because of that, right? To me, I think they're easing into the more grounded tone. So you're saying I'm trying to please everyone, you create a game for no one. Hey, you know what? Again, I wasn't one of these people that just inherently shit on Tolbro for his opinions, right? If you watch my videos back, you'll find me actually being like, oh, even though I disagree, get what he's saying entirely. And I am a believer of course, this is like a bit of nuance onto the statement of, you know, trying to please everyone, you end up pleasing no one. It's the same thing, right? And it's true, you know? When you try and be the everyman, you end up kind of, you know, pleasing nobody, really. You know, you should... when it comes to, of course, trying to please everybody can be incredibly profitable, right? But, like, pleasing a strong niche as well can be incredibly profitable as well. And sometimes you tend to grow from that, don't you? Because you end up making better things, I think. I bet I still want to just lose the shackles of the broader audience to just write for Arknights players. Hey, you know what? I think in terms of writing, I think it would be a positive, right? I suppose they're in a financial situation now with the investment of this game and the costs it's going to make to maybe not do that. And I suppose it just depends on if they see the financial return, do they see it as reinforcing not doing that as well, right? Fear of not understanding replacing the frustration of not understanding anyway. What do I drink? What am I drinking? I'm drinking a cup of tea at the minute. Got a cup of tea. Nice cup of tea. You know what to say? Yeah. And that's a good thing, right? And that's a good thing. I honestly do. I think I don't mind it being here and there, right? You know, when we first got to Wuling, there was bits of it, and I'm okay with it being connected, but I don't want it to become too connected in that sense. In the sense that missions and story pacing gets tied down to like things slowing down in the factory, because the factory can really slow down sometimes, and that can be a great thing because it's fun gameplay. But when you're trying to insert that into a story, it can send the pacing all out of whack, can't it? It really can, especially when you go around from, you know, really getting into a story, and then it's like, oh, I need you to do this and do this and do this and do this and do this, and let's carry on now, kind of thing. It can, yeah. There was a question for that on the survey every time I asked for more integration, so we'll see which way the vote sways. Yeah. Was I not? I remember that was a big thing CM were asking for initially, right? We'll have to wait and see. Yeah, I think it is one of those. I know it's a tropey cliche thing to say, right, but I think we are in the position with Enfield, because no matter what some clowns might say, and of course this is subjective as well, I think this is got the basis of a good game, right? It's visually pleasing, it's got good voice acting, it's got great animations, it's got great environmental design, it's got great mechanics, it's got good combat, great combat if you ask me. It's got potential modes that could be great, but I think in the current iteration definitely just need more work. There's the potential for extra stuff to be added in as well that could improve upon it. So it is one of those things where it's like, I guess we do just have to wait and see. You know, I said this before the game came out though. Maybe we checked back in 6 to 12 months ago. Yeah, they fucking screwed the pooch. It's trash. They fucked it up. They're cooked. We're cooked. Let's go find something else. Because look, I like Arknights and I'm really liking Enfield. I felt the same way about Wuthering Waves, but the game went in a direction that just didn't keep me attached anymore. Speaking of though, I need to show you something, because, bro, this might actually get me attached. I'm not gonna lie, or at least reattached. Let me just get rid of the white chat here. Let me take these filters off the camera as well. They look all right on the big camera. I think a lot of people will come into stream and be like, bro, your camera's fucked. Brother, your camera's broke, bro. Okay, all right. So speaking everywhere, because I said, you know, and I stand by, I think Wuthering Waves is a good game. I do. It's just a game that I'm not that interested in now, right? The combat's great, or for me, it's not used in ways that attach me, right? Couldn't give a fuck about Terror of Adversity. River sucks, and the events for me are just never interesting enough to want me to continue playing. And the story just, I stuck with it for a while, and then I just, yeah, you know, I'm just not overly interested, right? But Hyugi looks fucking insane. Looks insane. Actually, to the point where I'm like, bro, because I have uninstalled Woowa, right, just to free up some space. Kind of thinking to reinstall the game just to get so if I do get brought back into the game, I've got a sick character. Because have you guys seen this gameplay? She looks fire, man. Like, she honestly looks fucking fire. Like, really, really good in my opinion. Like, actual top tier character. Because, like, for me, in Wuthering Waves, I'm still a Jinsey simp. Still a Jinsey simp, right? Straight up, love her. I love her design. I love her character. Everything about her. I even like her combat, although I know now in the meta, she's not exactly meta, or at least how it seems. I'm not playing the game, but I still love her. Simping for days, right? But holy shit, this character looks insane, man. Check this out, man, if you haven't already. What's happened to Jeff Keighley as well, man? We were cheating on him, bro. I was like, fuck you, bro. You're fucking showing off that trash high guard game. We don't want it. We'll go to Xbox. She's beautiful as well. White hair master race. Yeah, white hair master race. I'm here for the white hair characters, man.
Too late to escape. Let there be snow.
Oh, these animations are insane, man. He does look like a PGR, very PGR coded, right? It's really cool, man. I think it's really cool. Yeah, like, design-wise, right up my street, right? And combat as well looks really fun. It's like, for me, you know, a lot of like the 3.0 characters, they just seem to be too floaty. She looks a lot more grounded to me. I think on this end, I think we'll always do a good job, though. Production-wise, you know, it's high quality, isn't it? Say whatever you want about the game, but production-wise, it's hard to criticise it, isn't it? Actually, I haven't seen her gameplay. Which one's this one? Denier, is he? Oh, we only got a little bit there, but yeah, bro. Holy shit, she's gonna be a big seller, right? Oh, she's got a bow as well. It's fucking cracked, actually. She's gorgeous as well, right? She's actually gorgeous. But yeah, video's playing it. But yeah, she looks cool. Actually got me thinking, do you know what? Do I reinstall Wuthering Waves just to get her? All right, let's check this out then, shall we? The Arknights official trailer, Rhodes Island, Icebreaker Games, number 2. It's going to be live on April Fools as well. So let's check this out then, because I haven't been around for an Icebreaker Games, have I? I haven't, have I? I don't think I have. All right, let's have a look. I haven't seen this yet. This isn't an April Fool's joke, is he? I'm pretty sure it's not. Just gotta be careful now, you know? Nikkei are already doing it. You know, you just gotta be careful, man. Is that a stadium? Malt set, okay. 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 Event icon, okay. All right, okay. But what time is he? 9 UTC 7. So what's that for me? Like 4 o'clock or 5 o'clock, something like that. All right. Yeah, the music is fire. Comment, top comment. I'm feeling it. The music is kind of fire. Let me move all this out the way. Shall we have a conversation about Etch Space then? Shall we? Shall we have a little chat about Etch Space? Shall we, guys? Icebreaker Games are all about trolling people who use Wishadel. Rose riding Thomas the Tank Engine. Etch these medals, boys. There'll also be an April Fool's event coming in Arknights, don't forget. Nikkei 2, Pog, right? Shift up with Nikkei 2. Thank you for mentioning about the feeling, the characters feeling floaty. People never understand what I mean when I say I hate that feeling. Yeah. I think maybe it's one reason why I'm really in. Well, I think one, I like the way the combat's set up in Enfield, but it's a lot more grounded, isn't it? Obviously, it's a little bit slower paced. It just feels a bit more visceral because of that. Now, don't get me wrong. There's characters that definitely have that visceral feeling in Wua, but I feel like some of them have a placebo effect just because of the flashy frames and stuff sometimes. But yeah, there's definitely some now that they've gone a little bit more down this floaty route, and it's not for me. It's not for me personally. I'm going to try E7 in April. I might check it out. With all that free shit you're getting, it's might be worth it, yeah. What about moving Umbral Monument mobs, bosses, mechanics, Etch Space instead of whatever we have there? Well, this is what we can talk about actually here, because I've got a sort of understanding what Night Rain is, right? From what people have told me. So but I want to watch a video that kind of breaks it down a little bit more. So he started talking into about a minute 30 into the video. So let's watch that and see what this dude's got to say, because I think it I think it'll be interesting to talk about, right? So okay, we might make this into a video as well. We'll see how it feels. We'll see how it feels and see how the conversation goes. Boss zones in Etch Space would work, in my opinion. Definitely, yeah. Well, I think there's a myriad of different ways you can go, right? There's a myriad of different ways you can go, if I'm honest. And tier list video I linked is pretty useful because new accounts will get multiple selectors. What for Epic 7, yeah? Ambient synthesia. Yeah, we'll watch that in a bit. Yeah. Watch that in a bit. Somebody link that in React Smash for me, will you? We'll watch that in a bit, though. I'm down. Okay, then. All right, let's get into it then. All right, then. You might be wondering why we've got Elden Ring Night Rain is a bad roguelike up. And it's not because we're critiquing whether it's a good or a bad roguelike here, but we want to learn a little bit more about specifically what the gameplay loop is in Night Rain. And that's because a couple of my viewers have said they would like to see some of the stuff that's done in Night Rain in Etch Space. And that's what we're talking about today, because I am firmly in the group that Etch Space could be amazing. But at this moment, it's not. It's just not, right? But it's frustrating because I look at it and I look at the ideas around it and I'm like, it could be amazing. And it's almost more frustrating that I see what it could be or potentially has the ability to be, I guess, that's worse than it actually just being trash, right? Like, it's one thing when you have a trash mode in a game, you're like, yeah, that just sucks, it's ass. But then when you see another thing, it's like, damn, you know, what it could have been. And hopefully what it can be as well, because I do believe that it's going to be iterative. I think the Etch Space that we see now, I do believe that it's going to be totally different in 12 months, or at least I hope it is. Or they just do what they're going to do and they just make it better, right? Because it has so much potential for a real enjoyable, replayable mode. But at the moment, it's just not quite it, to the point where I haven't even finished it yet. And I'm going to, but it's just not that entertaining to play, if I'm honest. I've got to be honest, right? It's just okay. But let's talk about how we could potentially improve it, right? Because obviously, if you didn't know, the basis is you go in, you have a set time limit, really, but that's because of your derangement. And as you do things outside the safe zones, that builds up, which is basically a timer. In a sense, it's a pseudo timer. You interact with things, it increases it. You fight enemies, it increases it. There's different levels that you're going deeper, basically, and it increases even more then. And it's got a roguelike element to it in the sense that each time you do stuff, you can finish off little mini quests above the overarching main quest, and that improves things like your inventory size, I believe, right? And the amount of derangement you can take. So basically, it increases the amount of time you can spend in there. And beyond that, there's really not much more to it. But it has the potential to, because it gives the feeling of like they were going for some sort of pseudo extraction kind of game mode. And it is an extraction mode, but it has none of the things that make extraction modes exciting. Right? There's no real interest in POIs. There's no risk and there's no threat. There's no threat in terms of the enemies, and there's no risk in if you don't do something or get to a particular point or actually extract, you lose the stuff that you didn't potentially put in a little safe deposit box, should I say. So it really doesn't have any of the things that make that sort of content exciting. And of course, it's not PvP as well. So obviously it doesn't have that. So it has to rely on its systems, and its systems are interesting, but are just not ultimately engaging. So let's have a look at what this person's got to say about Night Rain, and let's see if some of the stuff that's in Night Rain would be interesting to see transitioned into Etch Space, because I think we should be looking at all the games that could potentially bring in ideas and maybe picking from a multitude of different games as well. So let's check this out then. This is from Yacom, I believe, and we're not going to watch the entire video. I just want to see what Night Rain is in terms of its gameplay loop and its systems, and see if there's something that we could bring into Etch Space. So I do want to see Etch Space get better, and that's what we should be doing, right? We're here to try and give them feedback that can make things better, rather than just saying, this is shit, game's EOSing, right? Let's try and improve modes in the game. So let's have a look at what this person's got to say then, shall we?
Night Rain tonight, Queen, Night Rain tonight. Hop on, whoa. Before I enter analysis mode, let me quickly bring anyone unfamiliar with the game up to speed.
Okay.
Night Rain is a spin-off of Elden Ring where you and 2 other players run around a map exploring points of interest like ruins and castles, while fighting enemies and bosses to level up and search for better weapons as a Fortnite-esque circle closes in on you. At the end of the day, you fight a night boss, and if you survive, you run the same loop again for day 2. Beat the second night boss and you'll enter a final duel against one of 8 Night Lords.
So when he says that on the second day there, I'm assuming that's like the second stage, because you're not waiting for the next day, literally, right?
you can select from before the run begins.
Okay.
To keep things fresh, there
The
are
final boss
also
you can
8
choose.
unique characters to choose from, each with their own weapon preferences, passive, character skill, and ultimate. It's part Elden Ring, part roguelike, part speedrun, and part, honestly, there's not much else to compare it to. Well, other than Raven's Watch, but that's for an indie video or something. What I really want to explore in this video is how Night Rain manages to feel so unique and replayable despite a seeming lack of variety. But to get to the heart of what makes
Okay, then. So we go in. We can choose 8 characters, which we can obviously have the roguelike element there of improving them, I'm guessing them, for next runs. But you can get items. So those items that you get and level up in that run, do you then take out for other runs? Or is that specific to that run? I'll be interested to know that. So we have a stage where we fight the boss. We clear that. We go on to the next stage. We do our POI, do our looting, if you will, then fight that boss, and then we go on to the final, I guess, dungeon master boss then, yeah? Okay, so I can see what people are saying now in regards to why they potentially like to see this be brought, or something similar be brought into Etch space, right? Days are short and you move on to day 2 when your night boss dies. Right, okay. Each run lasts around 40 minutes without the final boss. Okay. All right then. So, my layman's understanding of that from what he's just explained there, I do think that would be somewhat interesting, just specifically, right, where there's, and I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong here, right, if you die, is the run done? Is the run done? No, it's for every run. You only get little sigils you can equip that are permanent. Okay, all right. So that's like the things. Are they like little buffs for your character? Then are they cannies? I'm assuming. Are they like you know, permanent buffs and so forth, permanent stat increases? I'm assuming, right? But let me ask this question. So if you die on the run, is the run over? Is it finito? Is it finished? Is it over? Do you have to start again right back from the very start? Because I'm curious about that. Because like for me, would you just lose gear? Because I want to see some risk in Etch space, right? Because it lacks risk. And for a game mode that has a timer, but has a timer in a way that's interesting, right? Now, in regards to the derangement, I would like to see tweaks made to it. If I'm honest, that potentially as it gets stronger, maybe you get buffs to your character, potentially, or maybe even nerfs. So there's a risk of going deeper and running the risk of potentially failing a run, let's say, if there was an ability to fail the run. But you gain extra buffs that allow for you to do things a little bit easier than you would have without those buffs. So there's like that risk reward of, if I go deeper and push it to the limit, I've got a better chance of defeating this enemy or doing this other particular thing. And I think I would like to see gear loss. You know, maybe people wouldn't like to see that sort of thing in this kind of game, but if you're going to have something that's akin to an extraction, because let's face it, Etch Space is trying to do that. It's a pseudo extraction game mode, right? But it's doing that, right? You've got a constrained time limit. Go get these items. Go explore the depths. Get the keys for the seals and stuff, and you'll be pulled out when it's done. But you've other than actually finding stuff and just wanting to get it done, there's no real reason to be as fast as possible, is there? You know what I mean? And I think that's where, like, it loses itself, in my opinion. Like, if you had a risk-reward system there where you can lose the gear, you can lose the run, and then maybe even give reasons to pushy, either the deeper you go, the better gear that still potentially can be lost. There's that risk-reward there. I think would massively improve the mode. Because at the moment, as I say, there's no reason to really care for the mode, if that makes sense. Now, I'm not saying you can't like the mode, but I mean in terms of actually caring for it. I do like the idea of having a boss as well. So, because obviously you've got your stages at the minute. What is that? Is it 3? There's 3 stages altogether, isn't there? I think is 4 and 5 coming, or 5 and 6 coming. I can't remember exactly how many depths there is to Etch Space. But I do like the idea of having a stage. You go to points of interest, You have a derangement limit, time limit, if they still want to keep it like that, right? You go in, you get your little bits and pieces, you get items, you buff yourself up a little bit, you go fight the boss, and then you get the fuck out of there. Or when you finish the boss, it just automatically pulls you out anyway, right? And then that's clear. And then you go back in and you choose to go into the next stage, and then you go, you do the same thing, you repeat it. Obviously, it's a little bit harder this time, but the gear's worth more for you. However they implement that benefiting to you, it's just worth more, right? And then you do the same thing again, you fight a boss, and then you pull back out. And then the next one, you go in for the final stage where it's potentially an Umbral Monument type boss. Maybe not, I don't know. What would you think in regards to the difficulty? Would you want to see it at that level? I suppose if you want it to be Endgame, then yeah, right? Because not only do you have an Umbral Monument type boss, but you've got to lead up to it as well, haven't you? You've got a bit of content that runs you up to this hard content, and then you either can choose the boss how it looks like you can in this, or you have a rotation of bosses, right, that cycle in on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis, and there's different rewards for doing different things, and obviously they can attach trim medals to that as well then, for your runs, your run times, your boss clears, different characters. I do like the idea as well of potentially having it so maybe you build up your squad as well, where, hear me out here, what would you think if you went in initially and it was like, you've got one character, right? First floor, you go in, one character, and then part of the POI of that first stage is grabbing another character. And then on the second stage, part of the POI is grabbing the other two characters. So then when you go into the final boss, you can go in with your beefed up team. And that's the benefit as well of spending a bit longer in the realm, you know, and the option to get your extra characters random, it moves around. So you can make the final fight easier by having your full team, or you can potentially attempt to just be a little bit risk averse to get the rewards out, at least the items that you're collecting there, and just think, fuck it, I'll attempt to fight the boss solo or with a half-built team or something like that. Like, I kind of like the idea of something like that, because then that adds a bit of randomness to it as well. So, because you could have it as set rotating teams as well. Say, I don't know, you choose Helga, and then he has a set bunch of teammates that you can find within there. So it adds that different play style to every time you get to the final boss, because the game's kind of giving you that bit of randomness. And I suppose that'd end up being a little bit like how in IS, you know, when you can choose your teammates and stuff like that. Have something like that where it's almost like you get rewarded for being a little bit more thorough on the stage. You know, you're going with Helga, right? You've worked hard, you find the endmin. Next stage, you go in and you can find, I don't know, freaking Rossi and Chen or whoever. They could rotate it around, right, and change things up a little bit. And they could have different mechanics attached to the boss as well, depending on that particular season, if you will, or that particular bi-weekly patch or something like that. Because I think the main thing that they need to attach to it, for me personally, is risk, right? Is risk. Make the boss scale with derangement. Higher derangement means harder mechanics. Yeah, something like that. I like the idea of that. I do like the idea of that. I like the idea, though, as well, of running the gauntlet right. Because obviously, in my view, if you run out of time, you lose the gear, you know, the items you've picked up. And there's actual genuine reason to want to get these items. They get you something out of the mold. There's a shop within the stage that allows you to buy things or something like that, right? And I don't mean for Barrel and pools. I mean for in-game mats and potentially other stuff as well, right? That's specific to the actual mold that can help the mold. You know, buffs and stuff, permanent buffs, that sort of thing that actually encourages, bro, man, let's just give it a time frame. I've got a minute left, but if I really push it here, I can get some really, really good stuff out of it. So it pushes you to go that extra bit further. Whether that's like an ability to take on particular POIs a bit easier because the game's giving you something, or just at set times, particular parts of POIs open up. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Obviously, there's this particular building over here, and there's this particular building here. At the last 10% of the stage, let's say there's a minute left, a floor opens up on that building and there's some cool shit in there, or there's a permanent buff, or there's something in there, but you have to run the risk of, you've got to wait till the end of the stage. So it encourages you, if you want the really good stuff, to run the risk of losing the items that you've picked up in the stage, potentially, or the other things that you've benefited from this. So there's this like constant risk reward of, man, I've got this permanent character buff. I've got this item that's really valuable, but oh man, I'm right next to that building. If I wait another 10 seconds, I've got a really good chance to get an insane item. Do I run the risk? And then you run the risk and you come out with a good item, or you run the risk and you lose the gear. And it adds that's what makes extraction games incredibly enjoyable to play, is the chance to blow it all right, to run the gambit, to come out feeling like the hero of taking that little bit of extra risk. You came out with all the gear, you're the hero, feels good, right? And the reason it feels good is because you can lose everything. And quite a lot of the time, you do lose everything, right? And when you lose everything, it burns, it sucks, it hurts, but it makes that victory so much sweeter. And you have to have that ability to fail in a game mode like this, for me, if you're going to get the most out of the enjoyment of winning, right? Otherwise, winning doesn't feel like anything, because who cares? Who cares? It's like, I can do this in my sleep kind of thing, right? Items like originium that powers up skill damage, but also hurts you for every skill cast. Yeah, I like the ideas of it, like these ideas. I was just about to say, what if you choose your team, but you need to find each teammate? Yeah, I kind of like that idea. I do, of starting off with maybe one player and then building your squad up as you go through it. That's like a benefit of, if you was too busy fucking around looking for a particular rare item, and he was like, shit, I forgot to get my other teammate. So you end up having to fight the boss down a teammate or something like that. That's kind of cool to me, because you got the really good item and you risked it for that particular biscuit. But now to actually finish off the run, you're going to be kind of gimped because you're going in there with a man down kind of thing. I think that'd be an interesting kind of balance as well. The reward for beating a run could be essences. The higher the derangement level, the better the rewards. I like that idea as well. Yeah, that could be kind of interesting, actually. The grand prize should be an essence selector. I think rather than being... What do you mean by the grand prize? Because I think for finishing a run, that might be too much of a big item to give you. What they could do is have like, where you've got like in Arknights now with events, and you've got your login events. You have a little bar as you progress through it. Each run, each victory, or each particular quest line completed within Etch space builds you towards this season run, right? Let's say every 2 weeks it re-rolls, and in that 2 weeks it resets, and these are your rewards, and then the final rewards are selector, right? An essence selector, and that's the last thing you can go for. So over that week, you can maybe get one of those at the end of it, or maybe do it on a shorter space time. Maybe that's a little bit too long, over 2 weeks. Maybe I don't know, every couple of days you can work up to a selector, maybe, because obviously you can do it through tickets, but I think that'd be a cool thing to do, actually. I'm kind of fixated on derangement, but things like more of X derangement, builds fast, X is debuffed, lose wide derangement. Yes, yeah, I'm cool. Obviously, the idea of derangement, I think, can really be worked into an interesting system. I'm at the point where my mind just goes back to standard extraction shooters, and I think, right, set time limit, you've got 20 minutes, you've got 30 minutes, get in, get the fuck out kind of thing. But I think that might be a little bit too by the books. I think derangement probably would be the way to go, but have flexibility with it, allow you to have a bit of control over things, right, within the stage as well. And I do think the idea of the more derangement you have, you potentially have debuffs in one sense, but potential debuffs in another way as well, maybe. Again, they could go down the straight route of a debuff, but particular things open up towards the end of, or at the point of a certain set of derangement. So it's like, okay, maybe you've lost some attack, or you've lost whatever debuff you want to attach to it, right? But that nice juicy item sitting in that little room now, and the door's opened, and that's the only way the door opens is when you get to a set amount of derangement. You know what I mean? And I think that'd be interesting. And now that we've saw as well with Delver of the Cryptic, of all the stages, let's get some of these stages into Etch space. The environment for Etch space, I've got to be honest, it's not very interesting to look at, right? It's just not. Considering what Etch space is, it can be anything, can't it? So let's throw in some cool looking environments as well, right? I'd rather have some of the environments that we've got in within Delver of the Cryptic in Etch space as well, because actually exploring Etch space for me, I don't think it's actually an interesting place to look at personally as well. And I think that's a big factor in these sort of games, right? You want to the place you're in should be an interesting place to be in and an encouraging place to be in as well. And it's just not an interesting place to be in, to be fair. So I in Enfield, I've always argued extraction games are just roguelites with different names. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Dracnus, what's going on as well? Welcome. I would love an endgame mode to also give us weapon dupe tokens. Arknights allow me to build dupes from endgame mode. Farming is one of the coolest rewards for any gacha game. Yeah. I suppose sometimes when I think of rewards, I'm like, oh, maybe that's a bit too much. But I don't know, maybe not. I think, yeah, I definitely like the idea of the essence selector as well being a reward and freaking your tickets for your essences, that sort of stuff as well. So you can do more essence farming and that sort of thing as well. So that you can use outside of the mode, but have stuff that affects the mode as well, like an in-mode shop, but that shop's for the mode, like you've come out with this really good loot. You come out with this really good loot, right? What's the reason for the loot? I've got this really good loot. I sell it at the in-game, in-mode shop, right? I sell it to the Etch Space merchant. Got a nice chunk of Etch Space cash. I take that Etch Space cash now and buy an increase in my derangement or an attack buff or this shiny weapon that I can, or this shiny attachment, let's say, that I can take through multiple runs and stuff like that. And even timed ones that have incredibly powerful buffs, but they only last for so many runs to really be like, right, this lasts for 5 runs. Let's go ham on these 5 runs, right? Let's just go balls to the wall. This is an incredibly powerful buff, but it's got a timer on it as well. Like, it'll only last for 5 runs and then it's gone kind of thing. And again, you can have seasonal content as well then, couldn't you? And it would make the Etch Space much more than what it is now because, again, for me, Etch Space is so frustrating because when I look at it, right, I start thinking of all these cool ideas that could be implemented into it, like so many different things, roguelike things, extraction-like things, permanent changeable content, different environments to explore, all these different systems that could be added from multiple different games. And it's like, it annoys me because I'm like, it doesn't have any of that. But of course, that's a thing that hopefully it can get, right? Because like I say, on its basis, when you actually read through what Etch Space is, it's like, okay, that sounds kind of interesting. And then you go into it and you're like, okay, there's no risk here. There's no difficulty and there's no risk. So what's the point? Do you know what I mean? Because for me, you've got Delver of the Cryptic that's like, okay, this isn't a combat mode. This is a mode where some like puzzling, some like platforming, right? And I hope the puzzle work and platforming stuff gets a little bit more expanded on and potentially more difficult, where Etch Space is supposed to be this risk-reward part of content with enemies in, but there's no risk or reward, and there's no difficult enemies either. So it's like it doesn't know what it's trying to be other than being different, because Etch Space is different to what we've got in most other gacha games, but different doesn't just mean better, does it? It's like it's not better. It just is different, and I think some drastic improvements could be made by looking at what other games are doing and implementing those things. Yeah, and certain POI should increase the derangement faster. Yes, yeah, agree. Like, I don't know, freaking this tower over here in the corner. You go into it, it's full of insane loot, but as you say, derangement increases faster. There's some difficult enemies in there, potentially some sub-bosses placed around the map as well. Want that really good chest? You got to go beat that enemy. You're going to be building derangement faster as well, so the potential to lose gear and die all increased. Gear's really good though. Potential buffs really good though, that can help you at the final stage. So taking a risk early on helps you in the final boss kind of thing, right? And playing it by ear or being a bit more safe, you might find a more difficult boss fight. I really think that could be a really cool way to add something to it, right? What about the derangement increases with each battle? The longer the battle goes, more derangement accumulates, and the more harder the enemies spawn in the map, but offer better rewards. Yeah, I like this idea of the more you push it, the harder it gets, but the better the... Because that's the whole point of this sort of stuff, right? That's the whole point of... Well, that's what I think of when I think of this sort of content. It goes back to that risk-reward, right? As the risk increases, the reward increases as well, because that's where the enjoyment comes from, right? That's where that... When you think of an extraction shooter, that's where the enjoyment comes from. I know there's an enemy player over there. I've got some pretty good items, but I'm kind of geared up at the minute. I've got a good gun. I've got good armor. I've got good ammo. I'm in a pretty decent position. He doesn't know me. I could get the jump on him, and I'll come out with all his shit as well. And that's been a brilliant run. You lose the fight, you lose everything. And it really adds in now those decisions, right? Because like, extraction shooters as well. Obviously, you wouldn't get this in this, but extraction shooters for me, they make me hear things, honestly, because you're so locked in. You start, your character walks over something, you're like, fuck, was that a person? And that's where the enjoyment comes from. It gets your blood pumping. And I think this mode could potentially have something similar, although PvE, but adds that like genuine potential fear, heightened moments. And then those moments where you fuck it up, you fail, and you're like, fuck, I'm logging off today. It has to have that risk. I know a lot of these games don't want that risk because that's the last thing they want you to do. But for me, to encourage people to put 12 hours in, to decide to get sucked into the game and what it's about. Yeah, and I also think they could have lore stuff attached to it as well for the lore enjoyers. So the more you advance through this, through the stages, through the seasons, you get bits of lore that connect Arknights and Enfield and release more information about operators in the world. And I think that'd be a really interesting way to not only add literal rewards to change gameplay progress, but add those narrative rewards as well. So there's a bit of benefit for everybody, right? You know what I mean? So you want to learn something, there's some information in that building there. You can go and get it out and you can find out some new things. Instead of an like IS, put a unique weapon on the reward. Yeah, something like that'd work easy. A weapon reward like that, yeah. Derangement levels are already in game. Maybe once you kill enough enemies, the level goes up, and so does the enemy and loot levels. Yeah, I think that's the main thing they've got to look at. I think my core element to this, and again, I do like this idea of having the bosses to progress to a final boss. So I am glad that Relden and a few other people, I think it was Relden, I think it was Ducklord as well, did mention that this idea of the bosses and that we don't necessarily need the zone. The timer acts as a zone, right? It's basically the same thing. Or the derangement acts as a timer. The zone acts as a timer. It's basically the same thing. One's just compressing the space in which you get to explore. I don't think we need to do that. I think the derangement works as a pseudo timer and is actually a mechanic that can be quite malleable to change the time that you've got right. And again, as you go into certain areas, it increases as well. I just think that the core component really, which will make Etch Space much more interesting, it's risk. It has to be something that has risk and genuinely has a reward system in it as well, a progression. There's no progression in it at the minute, is there? There's no desire to be like, I'm going to grind out Etch Space because shit, I want that fucking selector. Or there's fucking 5 million T credits to grab. Do you know what I mean? Like things like that. Credits should be a thing as well. You can get in there. Selectors, seals, tickets, not tickets for pools, like, you know, for your essence etching and stuff like that, and stuff for gear and stuff as well, and materials for, and as well, actually, gear components. I think that'd be a good thing as well for people who maybe, I know you got your factory at a point, but I still think, you know, that'd be a good little thing to throw in. Little things for your factory as well that works within the mode and works without the mode as well. So it gives you in-mode progression and additional things outside the mode as well. Maybe still early for this, but I would love modifiers for something like Etch Space, optional buffs and debuffs you select before you enter. That, yeah, I'd be down for that. I'd definitely be down for that. I think I don't know if necessarily we'd take that in my view of what I'm thinking about Etch Space now, but I do like that idea. I do like that idea. But I suppose in my head, I'm thinking more of it's a more on the fly kind of thing. You know, within stage you're picking up potential debuffs through derangement and through the POIs you're in and stuff. But that could work as well. But yeah, I'd love to know what people think about this, because Etch Space, I think a lot of people fucking hate it. Genuinely think it's trash, right? I don't think it's trash, but I think I'm more upset than the people that think it's trash, because I see what it potentially could be or could have been, and I think that's even worse. You know, it's like, I suppose it's like when you see in movies, it's more upsetting to see the kid that's got all the potential go down the wrong path than the kid that never had the potential, I guess, right? It's that it could have been something special. And again, hopefully it still can be something special. I really hope that Hypergryph treat Etch Space with the respect it deserves, to be honest, because it could be that mode. It could honestly be that mode that could really change the landscape of this game and genuinely pull people in who do not care about Enfield or gacha games into playing this game. That's how much potential I think this mode's got. but it's totally unrealised at the moment. And as I say, that is a shame. So this is something I want to talk about, something I'm going to be adding in surveys, and this is the sort of things I want to talk about with Hypergryph and pass on to Hypergryph, because this is how we improve the game. Let's not just sit here and say, this sucks, game should EOS, it's trash, don't want to play that, this sucks, that sucks. Let's talk about how things that are there can be made better, and maybe things that maybe don't need to be there should be changed or potentially removed. But this is something for me, shouldn't be removed, it should be made better. But yeah, guys, I'd love to know what you think as well down below. And yeah, give me your ideas for this. And if you've enjoyed it, give it a like, all that good stuff. And I'll see you in the next one. All right, and I might upload that as a video. Guys. It's an interesting conversation for me, right? It's genuinely an interesting conversation for me because, as I say, I genuinely think it's got the ability to be something special. I honestly do. I don't want a situation like ZZZ removal of TV mode. Yeah. Like for me, TV mode was just another thing that was implemented a bit poorly. I didn't want to ever see it go. I wanted to see it used better. What's going on as well, Zero? For me, I don't really care too much for gameplay improvements until the writing is fixed. That's my number one priority above everything else in the game. That's fair. That's fair. You know, that's definitely fair. I disagree. Like, I want both to get better, and I definitely do want improvements on gameplay, because I am in the camp that, I suppose it depends. It depends on how good a story is. I'm a bit more on the side of a bad story with great gameplay is still a great game, but a great story with bad gameplay, I can just watch it on YouTube. You know what I mean? Do I need to interact with it at that point? You know what I mean? But you know, I know you are very much more a critic of the story and stuff, and that's totally fair as well. It's totally fair, right? TV mode and Etch Space on the same scale. TV mode was central to the theme as easy as the Etch Space is just one bad mode of many. I don't think it's bad. I think its implementation has been bad in terms of where it's at now. I suppose you could say it is bad because it's not just its implementation, it's the fact that it hasn't been built upon the way it should have been built upon. The way I look at Etch Space, right, is maybe I'm giving too much credit. It genuinely feels like it's in early access. It feels like it's a live test mode, and it's going to be changed from feedback and from player actions and from player habits and stuff. You know what I mean? You know, I had to sneak the bad in, but even if you like, it's not central to the themes of Enfield. Yeah, true. Yeah, it could be ass, and at the end of the day, when it comes to any gacha game, right? If you're there for the story, the end game can suck. The events can suck, can't they? You play the story, you bounce, and if Wuwa's story gets better, right? When I'm seeing characters like fucking Hiyuki as well, I could actively play Wuthering Waves as a game where I just play the story. The end game could be Tower of Adversity until the cows come home. I don't care, but yeah, you're right. You know, if it's outside the main thrust of the game, then it really doesn't matter, does it? You can avoid it otherwise. I think we just need more depth across the board. Applies to the entire game for me, to be honest, even factory. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. That's how all Arknights game modes have been built. Yeah. The space you have right now is definitely in its foundational phase. Yeah, I think so. I think it's the boneworks of something interesting. Like, when I look at the systems in it, I'm like, okay, I feel like this was a boardroom meeting. Somebody threw out some cool ideas. You were like, write that down. But they just decided to put it in the game without iterating. You know what I mean? We'll see. Oh yeah, I even said this Chat and Night Rain-esque game mode would be really good for Enfield. Yeah. Even if it was separate from Etch Space, just that straight up would be fucking fire, right? I really do like that idea of that. And I do think bring in some of the stuff we've seen in Delver of the Cryptic, because I don't know about you guys. I'm okay with more grimy, gritty areas, right? But Etch Space, it just doesn't feel like an amazing place to explore personally. I'd like them to work on it a little bit in a design sense as well, because I'm with Enfield, I sing the praises on environmental design. I think it is an incredible strong point of the game, and probably I think their environmental design might be the best in this space. I do. Like, Wuwa has some gorgeous vistas, right? But like, I think Wuthering Waves' geographical and topographical layouts are not as good. they're a little bit too vast, and I think they rely heavily on lighting rather than just being gorgeous, where I think Enfield doesn't rely on lighting so much, and he's just gorgeous. Of course, Genshin's a little bit more dated now, so it feels a little bit unfair to compare a game from 2026 to a game from, what, fucking 6 years ago now. And I'd like to see some of those environments come into it, right? You know, like that fucking quarry place in the sky. Fuck, man, make that an Etch space. You know what I mean? Make that an Etch space. The place where we was doing all the water stuff, make that an Etch space. Like, maybe not so linear, you know, but the design I'm talking about, you know what I'm saying? Yo, Cass, what's going on? There's a reason OGIS is not playable anymore. I just installed OG Arknights, so I'm interested in the story. I hope you enjoy it, man. I hope you enjoy it because I'm a big fan. Even Umbral feels like a testing ground. Like for me, we know when Umbral first dropped, I was like, I'm happy it doesn't, well, it's got a timer, but I'm happy it doesn't have a restrictive timer. But I was still like, it's kind of just the tower, right? And he could break it down to just being like the tower. But I do like that we're definitely leaning into mechanics more. There's going to be mechanics, I'm sure, in Umbral that you're going to fucking hate, right? That you're just going to hate. They're going to feel restrictive. Some might even feel unfun. And some are going to be flops. I do think some are going to be flops. But I think if they rely more on mechanics, that potentially stops it being a shill mode as well, because there's plenty of different teams then that can counteract mechanics, hopefully at least, rather than it being a resistance type thing. Because I think once you get into that place, then you are, you know, if this particular thing adds helps with this resistance, and the new character, the new gimmick at the time is going to be the one that works for it, isn't it? But yeah, you know, like out of the new ones, I'd say, you know, the flamethrower dudes, they're the most. Design wise, I don't think that's a spectacular stage in terms of like what's going on in the stage, but at the same time, it's countered by stuff that you have in the game through your character's abilities and stuff, right? And it does feel satisfying when you clear it, because it's not like it's a hard stage for me. It was a bit more frustrating, I think. Now, like the bird stage, I thought that was brilliant. Like people were saying, you're gonna hate the birds. I actually genuinely fucking enjoyed the birds personally. If I do it in the Umbral Monument, it already feels unfun with my full Fizz team. See, like all I've done, just throw in like Perlica. Do you know what I mean? I just threw Perlica into my team, man. As soon as he gets the 3 stacks, just clear him off and just go like. But to be fair, I still haven't trimmed that medal, so I think I'm just lacking a little bit of DPS. Or I think I'm just playing that a bit wrong, man. I think I'm hitting my DPS window wrong, honestly. Like I keep getting right down and running out of time. The couple of times I've actually had a go at it, but I need to properly have a go at it. I'm kind of thinking once I built my Rossi, I'll bring her in and we clap his cheeks, which is being naughty, really. I think I'll post some solutions for it a while back. Give our inventory safe slots and make us lose anything not in a safe slot we leave outside of a safe zone. And give us a meter that increases when we kill enemies, and the higher the meter is, the better the drops on the harvest points. Make combat desirable instead of a nuisance. Yeah. So like in that video where we just spoke about that, I might actually break it down into a proper video. It's a little bit more concise and a little bit more focused, because I'll mention that in that as well, like the idea of losing gear. And I do like the idea of having a deposit box, safety deposit box, a lock box, you know, like you've got in Tarkov, like you've got in most extraction shooters, you know, that's where the pay comes in. Start off with the little itty bitty four tile box where you can get like a couple of little items in, or 4 1-tile items, and then you can spend a bit more and you get the bigger box and you get the bigger, and that could be a potential part of as well the progress as well, right? Your inventory gets bigger and also your safety deposit box gets bigger. So by the end of the reset, you can potentially dump more of the good loot that you don't want to lose on death into your safety deposit box, right? So there's that permanent progression there. If you fuck up, you was able to get that really expensive item that you sell back at the merchant, and hey, you managed to get the fucking essence selector, or you managed to get 2 million credits out of it, or something that you can use now in the fucking in the goods store within the actual main game, you know? I like the bull more. I just take my time fighting him. Yeah, I think the bull's good as well. You know, just having to clear his stacks for stopping combusting you. It's cool. cool mechanic as well. I like that. I like the birds, man. I've found them quite fun. I like that. That like physical trap stuff. It's making me a little bit excited as well. Potentially, we're going to get trap master characters. I hope we do, right? I hope we get trappers and proper real summoners, because obviously the closest thing we've got to anything like that at the minute is Aviwenna, right? She, in a sense, she's almost like a pseudo summoner, pseudo trap character, isn't she? With a fucking lances that she throws out that give you a little bit more control and a little bit more manipulation and lineups and stuff like that. Humble money and rely more on mechanics is a good trend that shows they're trying. I agree. Yeah, because like, you know, when you look at like the tower, there's no mechanics in it really, is there? There's the enemies' move sets, and then, you know, typically specific buffs and resistances and stuff, right? That are just there to shill a character. Yeah, the first couple of times I tried the flamethrower dudes, I was like, what the fuck is this, man? Especially when they get near each other and they're spinning around, you got all those slugs blowing up. I was like, bro, this is fucking ridiculous. But I cleared that in like 3 tries, I think. As soon as you start just pinging them with Chen, and especially if you got Helga, you know, bring them both in together, get them near each other, and then just keep lifting them. Bing, bang, bong, they're done. You know what I mean? Pixel impressed, went to buy groceries, had a chat with a neighbour, took a shower, and you're still yapping. Didn't we talk nice? I aim to please. I get the need to build multiple characters, but I still like to see more one way of interrupting mechanics. I remember someone using Ember as well. They had an easy time clearing it. Being an adult is hard. Yeah, it sucks sometimes. Give me calcite in AKA, my wallet is yours. Walk in the Justin Vigilo now. We need to finish off Lone Trail. We've got the last 2 nodes to do in Lone Trail, haven't we? Let me just check if there's anything to look at in a Reacto Smash, oh boys. Idiot, man, what the fuck? I will never stop hating Enfield. We got nothing in React Smash, have we? Nothing worth in. If you find any interesting stuff, guys, slap it in React Smash. We are definitely going to get back to doing a bit more reactions. Again, we haven't really been doing much reactions recently. Now, some people might like that, because I know some people are not really into reactions. But yeah, I do enjoy doing React content. I like the new Umbral stuff. It made me think and switch my gears. And even my rotations are quite different, even with the same. Well, I said this before, right? That to me, that's what I hope they do. Of course, you've got your most synergistic teams, right? And I know now we've seen Rossi that seems like she's really quite good in the teams that she can be used in. But of course, you've got your most synergistic teams, right? Obvious. That's what the game's all about, right? It's a synergy game, isn't it? That being said, that if they do lean into some stages, and I know we've got mechanics there, but the mechanic being the real way to clear it. So, like, your damage output is quite insignificant to understanding the mechanic and overcoming the mechanic. It really will push you to be able to just run teams that are just unsynergistic. But that's not the point. It's particular mechanics you have to overcome, and particular things that characters can do that. Do you know what I mean? So you're in a stage where potentially you might need multiple different characters to overcome the mechanic, but mechanics that lots of characters can do, so it doesn't become a shill thing. Because the problem then is you get hyper-specific mechanics that are designed in a way, and it's like, well, the new on-banner character happens to be really good at stopping that particular thing, right? You want it to be someone that, like, you know, a bunch of characters can use. And I'm sure at some point we'll get to a point where some mechanics will be much more efficiently dealt with by the new character, right? Or the newer characters, and the old characters really won't be very good at dealing with that. Because I'm sure over time we'll have new things brought into the game. I would imagine so anyway. I'm sure our afflictions and our status effects and stuff like that's going to expand over time. I would expect it to anyway, unless I just do really smart ways of mixing them up and connecting them and stuff, right? We'll have to see. Walking to just have one of the best OSEs. Yeah, full physical team is my only built team. You know what? I don't blame me though. I went with Electro first, and then I lent into my physical team because the physical team's fun as fuck to use, man. Like for me, using Heliga, Li Feng, Chen, and Enmin is so much fun. It's really fun, man. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. It is. I'd rather a mechanic though than having to DPS check timer like the bull. I could just change to Deli even though I'm not built yet. Yeah, it's much better, isn't it? It's much more enjoyable. Yeah, with physical teams, you don't want to rush it because they'll actually cook you on that fire stage. Yeah, that's right. I've got 2 gear sets for Ardelia now. I've got like your damage amp gear set and the heal set. The heal set, it's insane how much difference it makes, right? It really is. Oh, absolutely, mechanic, DPS check all day, but I do like seeing more than one way to clear. Yeah, definitely. And I'm okay with some stages being a little bit more, you know, where it's like there's a mechanic to it, but you need a lot of damage as well. You need to have a built team. Then there's other stages where it's like, okay, you can't steamroll this with the beefy characters. Like there's literally a mechanic here that you have to deal with. Otherwise, the character's just going to sit there and fucking laugh at you kind of thing, right? And dealing with that mechanic does a lot of the work for you, if that makes sense. Like, I definitely want that sort of stuff as well, where the mechanic is the core of the stage, like. I dug really deep just to find a new video for React Smash that nobody has seen before. What's this, son? Oh, shit. Still do need to get around to watching that video, man. I do. He's asked me to watch it as well a couple of times. Also, Peaks, what's your thoughts on an expansion on the tower defense mode? I'd personally love a version of it that's weekly. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't really interacted with it much. I need to. From the when you first got to Science Spark, that's the last time I interacted with it. I'm not gonna lie. I need to start interacting with it more because I do definitely think that being used as a way to bridge Arknights and Enfield together with some cool mechanics. I do like the idea of that. I have Fire Team, Ice Team, Yvonne without Tang, Physical Team, and Rossi Park. I might skip Electric for a long while. I don't know who pulls left for 1.2. See, like, I had the idea from the start. I wanted a 6-star Electro character. I don't have Yvonne. I don't have Levy. I've got Tang. I don't have Gilberta. So, like, really, I've got a very free-to-play account at the moment. I've got Rossi now. Apart from Tang and Rossi, I've got a very free-to-play account, really. Although I'll pay for the Battle Pass. Like, because I did no pulls at the start. I've probably got a lot weaker account than most people, because I'm sure most people have either got Gibby or Rossi or Tang or fucking Levy or Yvonne, you know, some character. And I haven't got Last Right either as well. Like, it's like I really don't have a team that's got like a premium damage dealer, really, to be fair. But I'm happy with that because I've got Rossi, I've got a weapon, I've got Tang, I've got the Battle Pass weapon on Tang, and I've got a shit ton of pulls left to guarantee me Mifu if she's on the next banner, right? Yo, Neo, what's going on, dude? Welcome. 1.1 really changed my view on tower defense, and new towers and enemy mechanics added a lot. Really? I'm gonna have to check it out, man. Good everyone but Tang. Not gonna lie, the tower defense stuff in this game feels undercooked. Full on RTS would fit this the game even more. Did you already do Umbral? I forgot. I've just got to finish off fuck his face. What's his name? The big bull dude. I haven't trimmed him. I trimmed everything else. Everything else is done. It's just him left. They grip the idea of all the poles being. Oh shit! My camera's froze. He keeps doing that, man. I mean, why is it always freeze when I look retarded as well? Like, I know I look retarded most of the time, but... And they're like... Yes. Been doing it since I upped everything up to my new PC. The joys of spending a couple of grand on a new streaming PC. You just have technical issues, because, you know, fuck my life. Do we really want to watch this video from Cookie as well? Do we watch it or do we just get into the game? could watch that in a bit. Right, let's finish off Long Trail and then maybe watch a cookie video. Our plan. Finish Long Trail, watch a cookie video. What do you reckon? Who did that, chat? You finish Long Trail and watch a cookie video. Stop having skill issues. Your nose looks extra long today. Fuck you, bro. Look at fucking. I'm gonna have to get it. Hi guys. What's up? Finish Long Trail, then do the walk in the dust. Only have Rossi and a weapon. Skipped everyone else, so you're ahead of me. But still able to complete the endgame mode. It was fun. Glad it's per mode. Just need a reason to replay. Not yeah. I'm that type of person. Like, I don't really, you know, when it comes to endgame modes in gacha games, I don't sit there just trying, because I suppose I'm that kind of person in general with gacha games, right? I don't like, because some people, when it comes to things like Umbral or Tower or whatever it might be, the supposed hard mode in the game, right? People are like, cleary, and then keep doing it over and over to get better at it, and then they'll use different teams to try out team building and stuff, and, you know, not even judging that. It's just not for me, man. It's just not for me. Once I've cleared them sort of modes, they're usually at the point where they're engaging enough to enjoy the journey of completing. And then as soon as you complete, it's like, yeah, all right, I'm cool now. You know, because I'm not like, I'm mainly, for the longest time, I've been a PvP gamer, right? Well, I'll say for the longest time. Early years, single player, because that's mainly everything there was. And then, like, I like my online shooters. You know, I like my online shooters. That's when I like to practice to be better. But, like, other than just having fun in gacha games, I've never really ever got that desire to be like, I need to get fucking good at this game. So, like, I wanna practice shit. But what way do the people that do? Hold on a second, boys. I need to change the shit with OBS, otherwise gonna be doing that stuttering shit, are you? Hastings on Neo as well. We gotta go game cap, ain't we, lads? We gotta go game cap. Not premium currency, but something. Yeah, I like the idea that, like, you know, keep all the premium currency to the easy stuff so people don't bitch and moan. And I think it's better anyway. You should encourage people to want to play content. Not be like, look at this, you want mates? Come and get it, yeah. You want to play this? Is he good? No, but we're gonna gear this thing. It's like, okay, I guess I'll do it. I want to do it because it's fun, you know what I mean? I'm gonna have to smoke a joint, that bastard. As clearly the only time I do it again is when I need to do it for the weekly. Oh god, shoot man, pass it over. Yeah, I've given up on the whole zero cycle of finishing fast and I get rewards. Yeah, it's kind of how I am, man. Kind of how I am. Yeah, like Safer. I don't know, if there was money in it, I suppose. And maybe there'll be a gacha game that drops where I'm like, I suppose, actually, I'll tell a lie. I'm a little bit like that with Arknights, but it's not so much that I need to be the best. I just quite enjoy giving myself an arbitrary challenge in this game of obviously E1, which isn't what it used to be, because obviously I've got a pretty built account now. But it still hits me sometimes, you know, where it's like, fuck, okay, I do not have much damage here. I enjoy that. What's Etch Space for you? Yeah, like I say, I go even further, man. I still not even finished Etch Space. I find it that, fuck, man, is it still not picking it up? There we go. Doing some odds and ends. Fairs. How many weapons is in Enfield. How many weapons in entirety? Does anybody know like the roster of the entirety of all the weapons in that game? Like in terms of like numerical amounts.
My name is Plume.
Anybody got an idea? Too many. Cause like I was just thinking, you know, we've got like the recruit system. Because it feels like there is a lot of weapons in Enfield, right? Like, what if we had like a recruit system for weapons? All weapons, like all of them. From the trash shit up to the, you know. You've had a bad estimate, like 60 weapons in total. But you got enough of them in my opinion. One weapon less than you need and 3 more than you have. 66 in all. Would just be clutter. Well, that's where like you give something for like when you've got too much, right? You know what I mean? So it's like way of getting recruits, like whether it can become sort of like certificate, or you can fucking get certs, tickets out to them or something. Arsenal tickets or fucking summer. You know, so there's just a reason to engage with it. And then now and again you can get a good weapon, you know? 5 3-star, 10 4-star, 21 5-star. I would say more basic. Headhunting is a lot better. Yeah. Headhunting as well. I'll take that. We need more of those anyway, right? Like there should definitely be a consistent way to keep getting standards. Just because standards actually matter in this game, right? They're not just like, ah, fuck. I guess I'll get another dupe that I don't need, or you know, it's like, okay. I use this as getting Arsenal tickets, right? I'm not saying I want that many Arsenal tickets that it's just like I'll get everything, but like, you know, it would be nice as an extra way to get them. Rather than just like what is the way, isn't it? Well, you got our geometry, right? You got your pulls, and then the stuff that you get here and there. And your weekly, but that doesn't even count. It's so little that doesn't even count. Instead of recruit, just give us more Arsenal tickets. I would say more basic. Yeah, I'd rather. You know what is even better? Trading post in Enfield. Give me the T creds. Whoa, this is what I was just saying about that Etch space ideas. That you have like a, you know, a little. It looks like a login thing. You know when you got your logins and you go through it, almost like a little pass, almost. And it's a good way to get credits. You know what I mean? Towards the end, you can end up getting like 3.5 mil essence selector. Boom. You know? We're cooking. When was this added? What's up, Kato? I've never fucking noticed that. I'm not just tripping and I'm just never noticed it. Never noticed that. I ain't even forgot that, dude. I've never even noticed it. Honestly, I don't think I've ever noticed that. Genuinely don't think I have. Let's finish off Loney a trail. Pictures your fake funny, already forgot. Basic AK thing. Enfield's corrupted you too much. Pixel read the Royal Lab manga? I have not, no. Collected rewards. It's probably just, you know, when you do stuff in, sometimes in gacha games, you do stuff on autopilot, don't you? Do you know what I mean? You see a thing, you just click it. You don't even think it through as you're clicking it. I'm sure you've all done that, right? You know, when you just like, thing pops up, click it, click it, click it, click it, click it, click it. Let's carry on. Don't even pay attention to it. Did I just sign my life away? 2 seconds here, boys, and we'll get started. Yo, did you see that streamer who killed his fucking missus? Well, I don't know if it was. I don't know if they were engaged or what. Did you see that shit? Before we get into this, crazy man. Bro, I don't know if he was from Ireland or England, right? Bro was with her. I don't know if they'd split up or whatever, right? But then she fell pregnant. She fell pregnant. Looking like, yo, dude's won in life kind of thing, right? You know, he's got his missus. They're having a kid. Thinking, you know, dude should be happy, right? Should be a fucking happy dude. And then she was found dead. Right? Pregnant as well. Found dead. When it happened, he was live streaming. But he actually wasn't live streaming. Dude had pre-recorded it. And then obviously streamed the recording. And like, obviously at the start of the stream, he was like, oh guys, by the way, there's something with chat. It's causing the stream to crash when I'll look at chat. I'll check in on my phone here and there, but I won't be talking to chat, you know, talk amongst yourselves, you know? And then he made some weird comments in the stream as well, like about that's why he plays GTA, because he was streaming GTA, because, you know, he could get away with doing terrible things, but it's not real life. And yeah, dude had gone to her place, I think, and stabbed her to death. Obviously they caught him because they checked his computer and they were like, you know, they could see that he'd made a recording. Fucking idiot, you know. But he got away with it first. They didn't think it was him, obviously, and then they checked his computer and all that sort of stuff, and then looked at the stream, because initially they looked at the stream and would have thought, oh yeah, fucking hell, he was streaming at that point, right? Yeah, man. Like, he'd even gone to the family, because the family was all like feeling bad for him as well, right? Because there was like, shit, man, you know, our daughter's partner's lost his girl and a child as well, so they was consoling him. And he'd left his phone at the place and went back 40 minutes later. But he'd recorded them, he'd left his phone there to try and listen to see if they suspected him as well. It's like fucking crazy, man. Crazy. Fell pregnant. Sorry, but the wording's funny. Never heard that statement. You know, they fell pregnant. Did we do this last time? Are we on the specials now? Or did we finish this? Those left behind? I can't remember if we did this. Did we do CWST3? I swear that was an old case. I think it happened like maybe 2 years ago or something like that. We didn't do CWST3. We just did CW10. Right, okay. Okay. Let's get into it then, boys. Let's get into it. Oh shit, where are we now? Coastal view that one can see anywhere in IB. Oh, okay. Rubble close by indicates the place may have once been a prosperous village, but now only a solitary wind chime left hanging on a wall echoes the waves as they hit the shore. Tend to send with a hammer firing. Well, yeah, and the sky shattering, yeah. Usually someone falls ill, but pregnancy is a sickness you can catch in an accident. Well, I guess he's in it like that, right? Whoa, 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 whoa! We're Game of Thrones switching to different perspectives, bro. We are Mr. World Wild, bewildered, slithering sounds. Oh, are we actually gonna? Are we seeing them? A wave washes a sea terror onto the beach. Did we read the after story in CW10? Can't remember now. Let me double check. You guys always get me fucking question. You hit me with 50 million different fucking things sometimes when we're talking Arknights. What was it? Was this a stream? Oh, this is Enfield. This one, yeah. This is because it's 5 days later. Saying you can't do it. And yeah, we did, didn't we? And I have air on. Be scattered all over the floor. Yeah. That's the after story, right? Yeah, post-stage story. Yeah, we did, didn't we? Don't get one guide. Music slaps on that sage, doesn't it? All the skipped events are collecting debts right now. Sorry for gaslighting. It's alright, it's alright. A wave. I think we need a bit of this for this, boys. I think we need a bit of this. I think we need a little bit of this.
A wave washes a sea terror onto the beach. No, perhaps it might have followed the wave to dry land. Whatever it was, it didn't seem to have a goal in mind. It merely wanders, looks around, just like its brethren do. It shouldn't have found anything. All it could see while standing in its boat above his endless ocean and sky. But in the next moment, as if it has sensed something and looks towards a certain direction, the never-changing sky is swept by a wave of ripples. Well, without one eye, it looks in that direction. There is only an endless sky. Soon after, its compatriots arrive, its king, its wee many. All their eyes look in the same direction.
A hive mind. Where's this? As an attendant apologizes to the proprietor, he props up his mast at a court musician and helps him leave the bar. Mainher, you shouldn't drink anymore. Don't get in my way. Are we in Lithuanian here? We got music. We got a German-looking street. It kind of looks German. I can't figure out a tune, so I might as well just drink myself to death. Mainher, didn't you draft several pages yesterday? I think the third song is honestly not bad at all. At least you know me well. But 9, this will not do. It is not good enough. There is still something missing. A key ingredient. Do you understand? A kind of psychedelic and yet magnificent. An image of madness. Of course I understand you completely. You're always chasing this kind of work. I feel like with his outfit there, where he's got like this brooch with the straps, can bro like, you know, I can't lift his arms up properly, can he? He'll be all fucked up. Anyway, of course I understand you completely. You're always chasing this kind of work. Oh, I must really be drunk. What's wrong? I saw waves streaking across the horizon. Waves? I should take you to a doctor. What is that? Oh, shit.
The attendant lifts his head towards the sky to see halo-like waves sweep across the night.
This is... Could I have somehow gotten second-hand intoxication through the air? The clouds are like waves, and the sky is a curtain. Good sir, good. Darren, go quick. Take me home. No, hand me a pen. Quickly. Here, have you found some inspiration? Inspiration? No. What I've discovered is a wellspring.
Under the dimmed streetlights, the musician lies down on the floor, on his stomach writing in a frantic pace without a care for his image. Tonight, many an artist slept nary a wink.
aka Arknights Germany. The Germans are coming. Take a gander at this happy lot. They think the storm is already over, and Victoria merely had a little hiccup. Whatever they possess is still intact, and will continue to remain as is. How I wish I could share their optimism. Sir, there's something I need you to see. What's happened? You're not the sort to be a killjoy at a time like this. It seems something has happened in Colombia. Things? Oh shit! That's what they were seeing, right? The halo? Oh, so they were seeing shockwaves, really, then, yeah. Like, obviously, if he's talking about a halo, either like the halo from a flash or literally the ripples across the sky, right? It took me a second then. I thought that was connected to the hive mind, but yeah. Yes. Wait, so did that fucking wake them up? Is that why the motherfuckers popped back up on the beach? Have we got to question whether we need to build a statue for her now? For Kristen. I said last time, didn't I? I was like, I think we need to build a statue in Talos for Kristen. Well, if she woke them motherfuckers up, I don't know, man. Maybe we need to question that decision. Yes, we are urgently collecting information at the moment. Has their rebellious child again done something incomprehensible with the science and technology they're so overly proud of? The rebellious child. That is yet to be determined, but at present, I can confirm that this information you must know. Just how important is this matter that I have to be proactive instead of waiting for you to bring it to me? It is honestly beyond the scope of my abilities.
The Count realizes the bitter smile on his trusty subordinate's face, and this shifts his originally joking mood to one of surprise. His officer only knows to tell the truth, and this means that something has indeed happened. The king walks to the window and immediately realized why his subordinate was at a loss for words. That was information physically impossible to be brought before him, but also a reality that no one could ignore.
What sort of natural phenomenon is this? We immediately hired the experts relevant to this field, and combined with the information from Colombia over the past few days, they have proposed some valuable theories. Site 359, spy dossier, investigation report on the Maylander Foundation. And what are these? Academic papers? A barrier? Tell me the key points of note. This layer of ripples has originated from Colombia and is extremely unnatural. After conducting some simple observations, we believe that the findings align perfectly with a long-forgotten theory in the world of science. The sky above our heads is indeed false. We're all shook. Something has happened. Do we know nothing about it? We have already mobilized all our spies in Colombia, and they will soon bring us results. Spare no expense. I want an answer before tomorrow morning to bring to the Duke of Normandy. Yes, sir. My lord, I would like to introduce my distant nephew to you. Tonight's banquet ends here and now. Huh? The Count needs his peace and quiet now, so please return home, Viscount. Very well. They're already awake, they just kind of looked up.
The king looks at the distant sky without saying a word. Tonight, conspiracies hatch in alleyways, while countless politicians toss and turn in their beds.
Warning. Energy overload. Energy overload. Shockwaves from the energy surplus have impacted the entirety of Hammer. Secondary disengagement protocols acceleration complete. All secondary cabins, mounting devices and external energy lines have been separated from the Galleria Stellaria's main body. All personnel evacuate via the escape pod and execute return protocol. Repeat, all personnel evacuate via the escape pod and execute return protocol. Like I said, I don't want a statue, I want something else. Owner's control section employee. The goddamn weightlessness. Couldn't they have made a skateboard just a bit smaller? Not the size of an entire room? Quick, get the self-balancing system up and running. We've got to stabilise this room first, at the very least. My bones are about to shatter from being tossed around like marbles in a box. I know, I'm working on it. I hate manually disengaging lock mechanisms so much, especially in times like these. On me. Phew. Alright, it's stable. Now to check the return protocol. The drogue and pilot parachutes have been launched. Landing trajectories on auto adjust. If you look up, there's still time to bid your farewells to control. Hey, Bullet, look at the corridor. Isn't that Director Milsey? Oh, guys, can I show you something pretty based? Thinking about the characters in this particular Just gotta block people on Twitter. Fucking crypto scams. Are you gonna be able to see? Hold up. Hold up, hold up. Boys. Boys. I bought you the good stuff. Damn! Nice palette cleanser for you. Timeline cleanser for you. Director Milsey, getting quick. There's still seats. You should have clearance to enter. This is the escape pod. This escape pod has existed since the very beginning of Ark 01's design phase, and we ran several rounds of navigation and pressure tests before, so don't worry. You're Claude, right? I remember you. You've all been in components control for many, many years. Before Hammer took flight. Control. Oh, Kristen disbanded the Brian Lab components control section. The last job she assigned us was to assist the energy charging and focusing. All calibration, maintenance and security tasks have already been completed. When we return to the ground, we'll all get new contracts. Leave Ryan and leave Tri-Mounts. Oh, right. What's this? A remote sensor recorder. It provides real-time feedback from the biological data in the vivarium. Control said it would be helpful to you, so I was going to send it over to the ecological once I got back to the ground. On the ground. The data was just updated. I'm really sorry. Wait. Don't tell me right away. Not so fast. This is... How many years did it take? Go. In the short span of time after Galleria Stellaria broke through the barrier, the death rate of 753 plants has exceeded 90%. The rest aren't expected to survive. Kristen, what exactly does it look like beyond the star pod? Is that potential radiation? You're fully aware of sharing the same possible fate, and yet you're unwilling to call off your trip. You've kept your promise to us all. But did you plan on travelling solo from the very beginning? Then, Saria, she... No, I haven't watched it yet. No, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it in a minute. Wait, the acceleration is still increasing. Our descent speed hasn't slowed at all. We're falling even faster than before. Oh no, he's leaking. Who? Oh, you fucked nearly. What's going on, Bullet? Yo, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate you. Shockwave from the energy overload must have messed up the return protocol. I can't reverse it. Both parachutes have failed and the self-balancing system is about to malfunction. Wait. Isn't this equipped with a gravity-related originium arts module? Find the art unit, quick. Quickly. Right. But the current high temps and energy shock from earlier have fried a third of the modules. Current height? 3,454.7 meters. There's no stopping it. I hate not being able to jump out of the pod right now to lighten it. The heat insulation layer. The speed's too fast and the escape pod's layer is about to burn through completely. The damage rate is at 60%. The wall is deforming. It'll disintegrate at this rate. Did you just get lamped up the wall? Bullet, son of a bitch. Couldn't you have just passed out after installing the arch unit? How can this be? All return to ground structures have gone through several rounds of testing. There's no simulation that can reproduce a passenger cabin returning to the ground from maximum height. Science requires first-hand verification, and that's what we're doing right now. We should head to the inner cabin, ASAP. The seats are cushioned there and they're oxygen masks. We might just... At this rate, we'll hit the ground in a minute. No one's going to survive. Shit. I don't even have time to record a final video message. Are there people waiting for you? The tremendous centrifugal force throws Claude against the corridor's bulkhead. His face is pressed against the glass, and he sees a small, shiny spike. No. It's a person. A figure tightly bound in thick layers of calcium. He confirms that he is seeing. This means the opposite figure is falling at the same speed as them, and maybe even faster. And how heavy is she? Director Saria. She's probably passed out at such height. Even the thickest calcium becomes a fragile layer of eggshell, and she herself doesn't even thicker than it. What? She probably passed out at such a height, even the thickest calcium becomes a fragile layer of eggshell, and she herself doesn't even thicker than it? Okay. Damn it. Water. Vast body of water. Water seeps from the escape pod's bulkhead, stretching in midair like a living organism. The escape pod is falling at high speed, and a large river of water being towed by gravity and vaporizing, but several thick walls still manage to form in the direction Saria is falling. Good translation. Claude feels like he's seeing a lake without a shore or a lake bed. He looks at it from the bottom, and waves are folding in layers as they sway over his head. He wasn't currently busy trying to save himself. It feels as if he must follow and learn from the Ursus poets on how to look for the right words. Describe the scene in... Hold on a second. If he wasn't currently busy trying to save himself, he feels as if he must follow and learn from the Ursus poets on how to look for the right words. Describe the scene in front of him. Water also rises in the cabin, and he's pushed back in the interior. Director Nulsi, you're... melting? Typos are bound to happen with 100 work. I don't accept it. It's fucking trash. Boo these guys. Boo these guys. God. Schoolboy error, man. Saria, I guess you did end up fighting with Kristen after all. Or even you couldn't stop her. In the end, you couldn't do anything. These water barriers can give you somewhat of a buffer. So if you can, I hope you live. Shit game. Shucks. I probably look really ugly like this. If I could go back and had this level of determination to pump all the water out of me like right now, I could have changed a lot of things. The water gently envelops everything in its body. All components control employees. Prepare for impact. Hold your breath. It's easy to choke when you're submerged in water. Is she just literally the body of water now? Okay. And she can still talk. Go meet the people waiting for you. Is she capable of surviving this herself? First New Year's Eve after the founding of Rhine Lab. Before the show ended, did they actually dance together? A dance of three? She has kind of forgotten. Moo water bath. I ain't even gonna say anything. I was just thinking of a... and people seen Milsey talk to turn to water, and they were just like, you know, like what's its bath water? Saria, what did you see? Just the sky. That's right, the sky. I sat on this stump as a kid, watching my parents test flight after flight from the hill in front of us. Later, they brought me along. After they died, I never came back here until now. You're the first. And that's why you hate the sky. If I were 10 now, having just witnessed everybody's reaction to their deaths, and just finished going through their belongings, I would tell you yes. Interesting emotions there. Actually, that was kind of, yeah, that was kind of rough. Didn't really think about that. I did a bit of gawk, didn't I? But that's not my current answer in mind. Worries, pressure, questions, derision, and bills from corporate and government sectors. These factors didn't hold my parents back, so they're not even worth mentioning. All the way, my parents staunchly, and fucking just thought about what I was doing there, staunchly advanced towards their goals, and they are only lost to themselves in the end. If the journey is destined to end prematurely, then I too will willingly die on the way there. I'll say something ominous, that ominous. Will I succeed? I don't know, but I'm set on doing it. I inherited everything from my parents, and I've even gone further than they did. Kristen? Daria, I'm not asking anything from you. I'm just sharing some past events with my best friend. I understand. So, any thoughts? Weren't you merely sharing your story? Oh, you're such a bird and beast. Say something at least. The sky is really beautiful. She knows that no one has ever seen the view at such a high altitude from such a position, and that the Galleria Stellaria is getting further and further away from her. She cannot open her eyes. She's falling at high speed. The wind howls, scraping against her face like a knife, and the cold, thin air rushes into her nasal cavities, making breathing difficult. Raw calcium accumulates in a frenzy, forming a thick crystalline layer around her body, so as to prevent her dying from the violent air friction, but she cannot do anything about the impact when she lands. It was already over. The vertigo from weightlessness hits her, and no matter how hard she resists, she loses consciousness. Joke isn't Moo Moo regularly makes a doctor drink her. I bet, yeah, makes. I was like, oh no, please don't do it. Falling thousands of meters from the sky obviously only takes a few minutes, but why is it taking so long to experience death? She vaguely senses herself falling onto the surface of water, her speed somewhat slowing down, and afterwards, amidst a burst of mechanical buzzing, it feels like if she has fallen into the clouds again. How soft it was. I suppose she's got control of the water, right? Because obviously surface tension's a thing. It would still be like hitting concrete. Well, considering she's in control of it, she can, I guess she can break the tension and, you know. Saria. Saria. It sounds like someone is calling for her. A familiar voice. Don't say anything yet. So, okay. Obviously, you don't have to explain. I'm just thinking here. I don't know if this is ever explained. Considering there's a full sky, that means, considering when we saw it was broke, we could see celestial bodies, right? Interstellar bodies, planets, you know. That means it's not transparent. So, we're in a stable orbit, right? I'm assuming the planet rotates as well. What's the deal with the sun then? Is that literally just like a holographic fucking thing? I'd say holographic, like, you know, a visual thing in the sky, like. Or is it literally the sun's bright enough to be able to pierce through the full sky, but not the planets, if you will? Eye movement response, normal. There should be local internal bleeding, but cardiopulmonary functions are normal. Feel a video on the solar system of terror coming up. That'd be cool, actually. The impact caused multiple external injuries. A slightly torn flexor tendon in the left leg. I'll apply temporary treatment on the affected area. Fortunately, there isn't any serious damage to your bodily functions. But when you return to Trimains, you need to undergo a comprehensive medical exam. Saria, do you have a headache? I'm fine. Good. I crushed your drone. And these air cushions. It's fine. Where's Ifrit? Is she not with you? She joined the search and rescue efforts too, so she should be nearby. Let's go meet up with her. Can you stand? Come, I'll help you up. Silence, Thanks. Full sky is to keep something away from seeing us, not the other way around. Yeah, but like when the sky was pierced, you could see stuff that you couldn't see before though, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Like when the sky actually was broken. Do you know what I mean? Hold up. We've not got a fucking image of you. Legit not an image of that. Fuck. I'll remember him, right? Yeah? Star pod does slight refracting. Twin moon and sun are large enough to stay in their general area. Even when they're refracted, when the sky was broken, you saw the twin moon normally. The sky worked by bending light, did he not? I don't know. I don't know. The sun's light rays can pass through. The sky is basically random star-like movements, refractions and stuff. Now that it is broken, it is like our sky, dark with the stars and 2 moons clearly visible. Okay. Alright, okay. Yeah, I was just curious because obviously I was like, have they seen the real sun or have they seen a full sun? You know what I mean? Because obviously when it broke, you could clearly see what was beyond it. But obviously they're bodies that reflect light at a lot lower light than the actual fucking sun gives out light, right? So there's a potential for it to have a set amount of light, you know, the spectrum of light it can block, but like, you know, obviously the more powerful rays of the sun, I'm like, yeah, and they just penetrating through. Okay. The clouds have parted. Now we can get even more clearer view of the sky. Yes, the sky is really beautiful. Are you not going to ask your question? Ask what? What happened in the Galleria Solaria? Would you tell me? I'll need some time. And do you want to know? No, what? What happened down here when you went to stop Kristen? Will you tell me? I will. I need to know everything. Likewise, Saria, I need you to be fully informed to be better prepared. This is the only way we can ensure that we won't make any missteps on the road ahead of us. It sounds like you already have an idea. Hold on to my shoulder. The road is hard to walk and I have no way of lifting you up completely. We have to go together. Claude, Benji, Johan, Bullet. Oh man, just cracked my ankle good then. The escape pod makes a deep hole in the ground and the hatch flies out, smashing a boulder into pieces. The inner cabin is completely warped, the infrastructure and equipment looking as if they were wrung out by a pair of hands. I'm over here. What a relief. You're all alright. I'm alive? Wasn't the escape pod malfunctioning? We dropped from an altitude of over 5,000 meters and we're still alive? Phew. Ouch. Easy on the hug. Hurts. Seems like those arts modules managed to help us to decelerate a little after all. Don't get cocky now, Bullet. You know you're the luckiest one out of us all here. Hitting your head on the console and passing out to their most critical moment, and then waking up just as we land safely. Must have been Annie's prayers working on you, huh? Aren't you guys getting married next year? Hey. Why do I feel like I drowned earlier? None of you are soaking wet too. It's not like the pod landed in a lake, so what even happened? Have you guys seen Director Milsey? Water is still flowing out of the bulkhead connected to the escape pod. There is no mud in there, in the area. The night breeze will soon dry up the earth. Is she okay? Has she been potentially damaged? Hopefully she's alright.
Oh, Dame Calcit. I must admit that we are alike. My empathy with Dr. Pixeltree's emotions nearly comes from an emotional module that is yet to be erased even after these tens of thousands of years. I'm not Friston himself, merely a tool that was made. But you are of more flesh and blood than I am, with more freedom. This makes me feel a little envious. What's he saying?
Any words of comfort will sound like I'm belittling your mission, Friston. I'm glad to have a life like this, and not just this one. Is that why she's so old? She engineered. I'm glad that I'm not just a simple machine. I have already been searching for the original answer from the very moment I began to walk in the dust of disappointment. I have experienced more direct losses than you have, but I can also say that I have gained even more in return. If everything here had yet to happen, we might even have been able to travel through the land currently known as Terra. It's like Dr. Pixeltree did once. So what is she fucking biologically engineered or is she mechanically? Is she a cybernetic being or fully artificial like?
If there is a chance, I'll be happy to take it. I have a request. You're the only one who knows how to operate this system. So I would like you to erase these twisted data spanning 4,765,403 days. Keep only my emotions and original memories. Let me die as Trevor Friston, even if I can only die as a replica.
Damn. I understand your decision, but this process will take a lot of time. And you will gradually slide into despair in the process.
I wish to face the skies that were once free, but not as a lofty judge in an ivory tower, or as a ghost. At least, let me face the remorse and guilt I have as a person, frustrated from sending my compatriots to their doom with my own hands. Let me at very least see from a purist perspective how you will face the future. To think of that sky, this is my final wish.
That's 13,000 years, is it? Okay, so why is there not more than just a sarcophagi on the surface then, in terms of remnants of the civilization? Or were they not here as long as we thought? Had they only recently arrived to Terra before whatever happened to force them into this? You know, because over 13,000 years is a long time, and a long time for a lot of stuff to vanish, right? But there'd also be a lot of stuff still left if they'd built a civilization, if they'd, you know, were a planet-wide spanning people, or at least a part of this planet. Well, maybe it's part of the planet we don't know about, maybe? Maybe we're about... No? You know, to grind whatever was into dust. Still not a massive amount of time. You don't have to blame yourself like that.
Thank you. You might call this arrogance, but I must say this nonetheless. The weight of life, the weight of civilization, you can't possibly even begin to imagine how heavy it is right now. No one has the capability to decide for others what the value of their lives are. This belongs to the past, so I will not go too deep into it. But please remember this, Dr. Pixeltree. This will sooner or later become a multiple choice question about the present, and will be extremely important to you. But presently, I'll say this again. Thank you. It's just a final thing that I can say. Leia? You said it, he said most of... Oh, Calcite, I have already granted all privileges. Let me meet my end as a person.
Already granted privileges to what? I respect your decision. Please wait just a moment. Let's see.
Doctor. The doctor that knows nothing.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. You're a bastard.
I don't know how much you know, how much Kelsey has told you, but now, before I lose all this data, let me answer your questions. Kristen also asked me innumerable questions, and I answered them all, and if it was necessary, I even showed her the answers. After witnessing everything with her own eyes, she did not lose herself. Her ideals did not even waver the slightest, and she did not see her own existence as inferior thereafter. I admire that character of hers, and so to be fair, I will also treat you the same, Dr. Pixeltree. Perhaps this personality of obsession is also a present from Trevor Friston.
Ooh, who is priestess? And what is originium?
these two questions are not as different as you might imagine. Originium? Even if you've lost your memories, even if you've just learned it far exceeds the categories of the infected, catastrophes or arts, you are still keenly aware of how important Originium is. That is the way to go. Calcit knows some answers, but I think she won't be able to tell you. Priestess will not allow her to. This restriction is carved into the depths of her original consciousness, and even death will not free her from those shackles.
So that's why Calcit's so adamant with the doctor then, right? Even if she always seems so dismissive and, I guess, disassociated in a sense. She has to. It's part of a... Well, okay, it almost sounds like you're saying programming, almost. Okay.
So, should I really tell you the answer? Perhaps Calcit is afraid that the truth might loosen your memories and turn the tables on your hard-earned developments. Though I believe you have already done some preparations on your end. I can give you the answer, but not in its entirety. I don't even know what your past was like. My birth and isolation from the outside world happened far earlier than you think. Originium was just one out of the many innumerable answers. Originium means unification. Originium means another state of existence.
I don't know if I'm taking that too literally now. If he's just specifically talking more in a figurative sense here, but it means in another state. Let me carry on a second.
Like the ocean of Solaris, where everything exists within disorder. Oh yes, you have yet to even realize the contradiction of it all. So far, Rhodes Island has been working towards curing Erypathy and solving the problems of the infected. You've also involved yourselves in outsider matters due to Calcit and Teresa's ideals. However, you, in the name of Rhodes Island, fight against Originium, which is the root of everything. I do not know what decisions Priestess made in the end, but it seems that Calcit, with all the lives born of this land, with free will, has no way to peacefully coexist with Originium. Originium can benefit humanity, but it can also destroy everything. Just like the frenzied creatures in the ocean and the endlessly expanding rift in the north. Priestess is the starting point of that madness, and you were once extremely close to her.
It's just when he said that it's like a different state of existence. Because obviously we saw in Enfield, obviously, you know, that it looks like you can imprint stuff and then, you know, bring that out in terms of reconveners. But also, in regards to, like the Blight and that, right? And the Aether in Enfield. You know what I mean? Because like I feel like that's definitely got that sort of element of that. I know that's like he says that as like he's like death and life ending, but you know, like Neferith said that, didn't she? She said it's can't remember now. Like I'm not saying it verbatim, you know. She said it's like I can't remember exactly her words. What does the Originium have to do with me?
I'm incapable of guiding your next steps. Strictly speaking, Originium in just its current form has already exceeded my understanding of it. Erypathy is not something that was carefully planned and produced. In your current situation, curing it is difficult. There may be other ways you can stop or use. Your past with Priestess seems to be Calcit's greatest taboo, and I don't even have the full picture. According to my hypotheses, their appearance, participation, and amnesia, they are not without purpose. Ooh. You have to find your own answers. Don't blame me for being so cryptic with my words, but sooner or later, when you face the truth of the past, you will understand Calcic's thoughtful intentions. Stay patient. Stay true to yourself.
What a fucking dick. Bro's like, yo, I answered Kristen's all of her questions, brother. I really like Kristen, I do. I answered the question. I even showed her shit. Yeah, I went deeper, man, because that's the kind of guy I am. Ask me any question, and bro was like, all right. And he was like, yeah, I don't know about that one, bro. I don't know about that one. Don't know if I can answer that, buddy. Sorry. You're gonna have to figure that out yourself, mate, you know? Doctor. Calcit. You've already taken a huge step forward. Yeah, right? Definitely seems a bit of a simp for it, right? It's like, dude got the hots for a man. It's like, he was like, fuck, bro, yo, I like her. And fuck all these guys, let them die. You want to make a spaceship? Let's do it. But turn your head and look at what we've faced. Victoria, Colombia, the infected are still being discriminated against. And the flames of war might just spark in any place on Terra at any time. We still have much more to do. There will be more and more layers of crises in the future, and the current situation will become even more worrisome. We'll fight together, right? Right? Just make him think of the Anakin Skywalker meme with Padme. Amadalia, sorry. Thinking, you know. Slip right? Right? There's just there at the bottom with massive tits. We'll fight together, right? You're the commander of Rhodes Island and the Dr. Amir trusts. We will find a way. I'm delighted to have met you both. Oh.
I'm delighted to have met you both in my final moments. I can already feel some data slipping away. I might even forget our conversation in just a few seconds.
We lost the support of your database. Your emotional module will once again re-experience the loneliness of the past dozen millennia. No one knows what the consequences will be. To compress all those years of emotion into just a few minutes.
I will destroy these bunker before the energy is depleted. You will need to escape in time. Thank you both. Bye. Drowsy.
I thought I'd had the sounding, you know? Are you alright? Do you remember me? I don't know, bro.
You, a living creature, here. You must wait. Why is it so dark here? I mean, too long, too dark. No, there's still the 173,005th attempt. The next time. Can anyone hear me? Answer me. Please. Where am I?
I can't bear to hear any more of this. I don't know. There's no way for us outside. Okay, I didn't read the last part then, is because he said, how much more do we have to wait? There's no way for us outsiders to judge. If these cries of anguish are memories from his past, or emotional module responding to the stress from the processing all that compressed emotion, I only feel pity and respect. Calcit, have you experienced this before? Rhodes Island is with you.
I hate this. Damn it. Why must I suffer this torture? Why must it be me? Even if they all come back to life, and myself only a living person, I made such a great sacrifice, and yet you've all abandoned me. Who is it that gave me such a duty? It was myself. Why? Is that me? I should call that determination.
Doctor, you should stop watching. Leaving now is the final act of respect we can give him. We have to find the exit. Madam, over here. I knew something had happened underground when the cave collapsed. Let's leave this place first. Is this the man-made passage left behind by Kristen? Yes, I reckon it will lead us to the shaft. Only heaven knows why the army never discovered this secret path. If the Preserver had not shut down its system, it would have been impossible for you to find this passage. What happened to Hulherk? I have her trapped outside, and Maylander will have a nice long chat with her later. Madam, I need to know. There was nothing there other than an old man marching towards death. And as for what those deaths mean, I can only say that they have absolutely nothing to do with Kazdel. I shall not pry any further, unless a certain matter prompts me to. Walk this way. I think sometimes it's not even like the necessary like dialogue choices. I think sometimes it's like the full statement what the doctor's saying, but it almost looks like the choices. I think it's like I think sometimes literally the bottom one is the final thing the doctor's saying rather than a choice. Well, that's what it seems like with some of them. Some of them do seem like genuinely two different things, but some of them actually just seem like a full statement, like in completion. That makes sense. I am
Trevor Friston. What has happened? What have I become? Who turned off the lights? I should report that pump to the... I failed, haven't I? After how many years? How many years has it been?
Wait, she just popped up in here. Damn tin can. At least he hasn't decided to drain my blood dry out. Where am I?
Who are you?
What are you? What are you talking about?
Why do you have a tail and the feathers on your head? It's not an accessory or a weird fashion trend either. Just what sort of place am I in?
These are sarcophagi. Hundreds and thousands of them. Are they all the way around him? Sarcophagi. Kristen. Oh, Kristen, so this is the god you spoke of. Pretty different from what I imagined. He looks very sleek. Greetings, if this is indeed the courtyard full of oracles, the destination of charity. Can you install in me wings from the blood of the Kulkan? The Kulkan? Can you show me their wind and thunder, the glory of soaring in the skies, their magnificent forms? I come to you bringing 451 years of obsession from the Kulkan people, only for your approval and your answer.
So that's how it is. Starting to understand. My existence is fading away. I am dying. Well, this sure sounds like something a bastard like me would do. Don't you think it's too stuffy here? For a place deemed a destination, it's too stifling. I've hated bunkers ever since I was little. I had thought, why not hide within an asteroid belt instead?
What will I become? My knowledge, my desires, will they disappear into thin air as I gain power? If you would be willing to speak in a language I understand, God.
Well, I have no idea what kind of creature you are. I don't even know what the sounds you are making mean. But in a dying old man's final vision, you are on the true path, yes. I so badly want to see her one more time. On morning light.
Ice. Wait, she's inside there? what the dock was in. An icy wind blows over Hulhayek without traces of any dust. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself in the wilderness. Hallucination? Arts? What kind of originium arts is this? This is how that crazy god has given her his answer? Hulhayek looks around in all directions and does not find anything matching what she had in mind. She only sees a pair of father and daughter playing in the water, and the girl sporting long and familiar locks of pale gold. A girl who looks a lot like Kristen. Hulhayek waits patiently. She expects this boring and realistic scene to change, but nothing happens. She's devout enough, but nothing in front of her changes. So what does this actually all mean? Please don't waste my time. There is no response. Hulhayek is starting to feel weary. She tries to get close to the pair, but to no avail, failing to identify their faces. Until the father picks his daughter up, and they look towards the sky. Only now does Hulhayek discover in her view that she had gotten too familiar with that there is something not even Kristen's wildest descriptions had mentioned. She sees a gigantic, enormous moon. For just a moment, the ground under her feet no longer feels real. The surrounding temperature seems to rise. Hulhayek stares right at the instrument, and the fluid glimpse leaves her no room to think. But a preposterous thought appears in her mind. Was that terror? What was that just now? What did you do? Is it arts? No. Is it a firmament's power, or witchcraft like the Tin Man's? Was she seen looking upon terror or looking up from terror? Silence. Hulhayek is completely unaware that she's the only one who has left the beautiful dreamland. If this is what Kristen saw, then what she said was completely right. Kristen, right. You really do invite jealousy. This is the enlightenment that your God has left me. How cruel of you all. Deny me of my pursuits my entire life from my birth till now. And after denying everything, God has fallen silent. No, I don't approve. I won't allow it. You can't die just yet. So you failed to stop Kristen. I already know what happened up there. I must have forgot we came here to stop her. Too many things have happened. My head is hurting a little. I'm very sorry about that. I need to formally enter negotiations with the Maylander Foundation. I'll explain later. I'm also very curious to know exactly what happened in Trimonts. We're almost there. Remember, Dame Calcit. The moment we arrive at the shaft, we are no longer simple collaborators. If you do not cooperate with us, I will have to resort to force. Yeah, alright, mate. As you wish. What's with all the tension? If I kill this tin can again, I'll still learn a little something. When did you... Shouldn't the other agents have caught you by now? That's not important. But I think it's best for none of us to act rashly now. Don't mess this situation up. What are you up to? You're not exactly breathing deeply either. I'm real curious, Doctor. The lineage of the Elders, the Kukulkan's source of power, are these things even considered secrets to you in Calcit? No comment. Don't bother me. How cold. There is something I want to understand. The entire course of my quest has been invaluable, and yet, after finding the answer, people only know to sing its praises. If after resolutely trampling on a dry and dull answer, if I wish to continue searching for the future, can I come find you people? You should first face the charges from the Maylander Foundation. We're going to deal with your boss first. Of course, I won't show up empty-handed. You won't be able to guess what I retrieved from hell. Your staff? What have you done? Your unusual arts can store memories. Could it be that you... and she absorbed his memories. Perhaps I rescued a god that almost succumbed to dementia, but in the end, he's not even considered a living being, and he's too difficult for me alone to help it recover. So perhaps you can help me, since you might not want these things to fall into the Colombians' hands. You want to drive a wedge between us and the Mainlander Foundation? Is it appropriate to say this right in front of the Tin Man? I've already brought it out into the open, and the Tin Man has seen it too. You even still have a choice to make. And no matter what you think of it, Dame Calcit's face already looks like she agrees. I'll see. My guess is you don't have the right to call the shots here, Tin Man. Oh? The reason why you haven't looked into the underground at all yet is because someone above you has already made the decision for you. But that person has enough foresight to guess everything that has happened here. Even if the power to make the decisions isn't with me right now, I still think killing Hulhayek to retrieve his legacy is far more reasonable thing to do. Is the more reasonable thing to do. About that, the boss should also know which party has the capability to restore him. Snatching Hulhayek's arch unit will only add to the gigantic pile of the Mainlander Historical Association's archaeological discoveries. That one will not allow Mainlander to act against Rhodes Island. Your coercing efforts also fall flat. Hulhayek, you can only hand it over to me, or I will hand you over to the Tin Man. Such a horrid, oppressive feeling. So you've even been keeping this strange thing by your side. It's meaningless to fight here. Let's all return to Trimains first. After that, we can negotiate in the open. It's right in front of us. We can go up from here. Restore his boss. Have I forgot who his boss is? What state's he in? Sure, he's relieving to leave that place. Wait, that thing in the sky. Clear view of the torn sky can be seen through the tunnel leading to the shaft. Kristen. Humanity will reach this step sooner or later. Kristen, I hope you don't bring us disaster in Terra's name. More or less. I see. Then, your guess was right, madame. I will take my leave for the moment. I'll be outside waiting. Oh heck? What? You're leaving already? I didn't expect that bargaining chip in your hand, but this is also your final chance. Hand over the thing you got from below. I'm so very sorry, Mr. Tin Can, but I've lost all interest in the Mainlander Historical Association's history. Now then, Doctor. An art unit. Why did you give it to me now? Remember the choice you've made. We're not on equal standing, madame. An openly honest negotiation may not be in the cards. Why did the Tin Man leave early? Contact Rosmontis ASAP. We needed to be wary of any other surprises. Hulhayek, I'm grateful for your choice, but I need you to try and find a different escape route from the direction the Tin Man left. What? I'm not sure I'll be able to defeat this black plaything of yours. I'm not being wary of you, but rather, I want to make sure there's another way out. Gosh, I didn't even sign an employment contract, but I have to start to work already. Rhodes Island couldn't possibly leave you alone to your own devices the moment you handed over the data to us in front of the Tin Man. Could we? What's up ahead? I'm sure you can guess. I suppose I can. I'll find another way up. To make sure that when we leave here, we're not greeted by an armoured division. Are we going to be able to try and sift through Trevor's fucking memories then? So Calcit knows the reason for the star pod and stuff, right? Like, are they just hiding then? It's like, Is the doctor's people just hiding from something? Is that what they're doing? Is that why they went into that? Was it not necessarily a calamity? They literally came here to hide, potentially. That's why there's no civilization remnants? But he did mention that, like, they've seen terror. It doesn't necessarily mean that terror is a place they're called home, necessarily, right? It's quiet. In the aftermath of those unfathomable energy waves tearing through the skies, the facility that should be full of scientists, soldiers and workers is now completely empty. You and Calcit travel between these structures without exchanging a single word. There's so much information to go through, so much history. Perhaps only after seeing the smiles of Ifrit and Rosmontes and hearing some firm words from Saria again will you only feel at ease. But the discomforting feeling lingers in your mind. Light flashes across the edges of your peripheral vision. Wait, Calcit. What is this on the screens? Nice to meet you two, Doctor of Rhodes Island. Dame Calcit. We have taken over this facility. Every screen and all surveillance equipment will expose your whereabouts. So please do not attempt to escape on the behalf of the Colombian government. I hope to hold an ad hoc private meeting with the both of you. This might have happened earlier than you expected, but I just want to get on with it. I won't wait any longer. In the dimly lit building, the lights of a large screen flickers a few times. And then, a familiar figure appears. Oh, it's this geezer. Jackson? We got...
Jackson, it's Jackson.
The second in command of the fledgling country's leader is in no hurry to speak. He only faces you with that iconic smile of his. You start wondering. You feel some kind of pressure. Soon after, you cannot help yourself from turning your attention onto the pet perched on his shoulder all along. You sneak a glance at Calcit. There's an obvious, somewhat gloomy expression on her face. Wait. The president's a fucking budgie? Mr. President. The Vice President does not react, but his pet just happens to begin talking. Been a long time, Dame Calcit. How long has it been since we've had a conversation like this after that little thing you and the Mainlander put together? I thought you would be staying in Colombia, but then I blinked and you were in Sargon, and then who knows where else you went after that. It's a shame. If you worked together with Mainlander, Celine herself, you could have really done something for Colombia. And then maybe the people wouldn't have needed to wait for a vice president to be born. You wouldn't have come here just to exchange pleasantries, Mr. President. Of course, this is a personal meeting. Where's my father? Father? You're holding on to his ashes, the remnants of his soul. Wait, what? Let me touch him. I never got to meet him. But he's the last thing in this world that has any relation to me. You're talking about Trevor? There's also PRTS. Your PRTS. We come from the same roots, but we're drifting apart. I had some words for him. He's gone. Trevor Friston is dead. He's pinned his hopes on this land. A world that has absolutely nothing to do with his lonely self. I'm confused. Yes. If that's his will, then you had better leave. I'll respect his feelings. We'll be able to fix his shattered self faster than Mainlander Historical Association can. Is that what he was... Is that what she said when she was talking to Tin Man then? Was the answer to him then? Or... Because he said... You're bossing... into his former state or whatever it was, right? Is that not his true state then? Has something happened to him? If Trevor Friston's his father, is that not a real bird? artificial, or was that an actual human like the doctor? But remember this. We will collate our wills. We will seize the truth of everything. Columbia will become the sword and shield of terror, just as he wished. This is the best condolence that I, President of Columbia, Mark Max, can offer to a dying era. Is it like how some people in this world, like, man, the birds are just watching us? They're just fucking recorders and cameras? Is bro literally that? Krista never wanted a tyrant, Max. Monsters destroy the cameras. Let's go. Narcissa, look how glorious the sky is. My field of research was far from Kristen's, but I must admit this, she's achieved a groundbreaking feat that will instill a fascination in every scientist there is. The scientific blueprint I once described to you is now being displayed to every single person in all its glory. Even those who are ignorant can now bask in the light of science. How blessed they are to be born in this era. Well, there'll always be someone like you under every dream as big as this one. Oh. If he's artificial, is that what motherfucker means? He's like all that modern tech born from him? Did they discover that and then iterate from it, like? I'm not getting that implication there. If the bird's not real. What you should be asking is, why must there be people like me to push dreams this big into reality? This question shall haunt you forever. I only know how to judge the right from wrong, just like what I'm doing to you right now. Thank you, Narcissa. My ambitions, dreams, and failures are residing within you, for you to make your judgment. So in the end, I will also give you a gift. As Montes turns her head back, sitting in his wheelchair, Loken has his eyes closed and suddenly passes away. What the fuck? I'm beginning to understand what's going on. You did all these things just to see me right. You just didn't want to die alone. You want to be remembered by me and live on within me. But no. I came here just to watch you die. Rosmontes takes out her diary from her pocket and writes a line in it. The criminal Loken Williams received the trial he deserved. She stares at the line for a while before putting the diary away. Damn. That's kind of fire and cold. And now, I've forgotten you. Bro was just like, now you're here, I can... Deuces. And then she was like, yeah, nah, not happening. Fuck you, bro. I should go find the doctor and calcit. I should have bought some cigarettes earlier. Didn't expect you to be discarded so soon, Gulkin. Surely you know how likeable I am. I'm serious. I was ready to fight a legion of power armors to the death, and yet this place is so deserted. Sorry. Even amusement parks on federal holidays have better security than this. I'd like to know why myself. Perhaps Dame Calcit is skilled in the art of persuasion. So skilled she managed to convince even the mighty president of Columbia Union. We're out. Are you alright, Doctor? I'm fine. Just a little dizzy. Deep breaths. We spent too much time underground. Taking in too much information at once is indeed a burden on you. My apologies, Doctor. I wanted to wait a little longer until you were ready to face him, to respond to all the doubts and questions you have about yourself. Wait till I recover my memories? What exactly counts as ready? There's no point in making those sorts of assumptions. I'm Calcit, Dr. Pixeltree. You have managed to get a considerable time extension. I'm serious about getting my work done, Doctor. Perhaps we should kill Mr. Tinkan here and now. Forget it. Here and now. Forget it. It's probably a meaningless act. The President has rescinded the order, which honestly came as a surprise to me. Madame, Fix whatever Hull Hayek has handed over to you, even though I have no idea what it is or the scope of the damage. Mr. President has given you time. I don't know how long. When your time's up, you will definitely retrieve what was lost. Is there a deal? Is this a deal? I suppose, after all, you have abided by our previous agreement and have indeed helped us a lot in the past few days. So in return, you can leave Trimount safely and return to your landship. As for the doctor, you have already spent 3 days with the Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco Arts Unit and Originium. I don't think Rhodes Island would want an updated criminal record. And as for Hull Hayek, for the time being, I'll only ask this. Is she currently a collaborator of Rhodes Island's? I guess. Rhodes Island will need her help. After all, she also made contact with the truth, so I can't just ignore her. Thank you, Calcit. Dame Calcit, and the doctor as well. He's on your reputations now. Well then, goodbye. Alright, you two. We'll go meet with Rosmontes and Ifrit, and then leave Trimount. Doctor, what are you looking at? Bubbles. You suddenly notice that despite the considerable night breeze present, the mud in front of you holds a tiny pool of bubbles yet to evaporate. The sporadic bubbles many meander forward like a series of extremely light footsteps. Yes, bubbles. You look into the distance and discover the skies of Trimount in the moment before dawn is full of fragile bubbles. I'll sit. I'm going to look for someone first. You'll see, yeah. Rhine Lab Headquarters Building, Vivarium. You feel as if you've just entered the bottom of a lake. There is no one, only dense, light blue and soft sound of water. A huge glass ring divides the entire space in two. Other than the narrow corridor on the outside, the rest of the vivarium has been entirely flooded like a lake. All the land plants are swaying as if they belong to in the water. You recall the vitality of your last visit here, but right now, you can only hear their weak breathing. A bubble floats from the pale fur and is rocked by the current, looking as if it could pop at any time and disappear without a trace. You'll see. Did I wake you up? Doctor? Where have you come? I'm not here to take you to task. Your arts are going to turn Trimount into the capital of bubbles. Sorry for betraying you. Right now, there's probably no point in apologising. Arc 01, Galeria Stellaria, Kristen, everything has already come to an end. The skies of Trimount have been torn apart. The governments, the military, the Mainlander Foundation, every party with the power here soon will close in to settle things. So you guys should get out of Trimount fast. I already know what happened up there, so you don't have to say it anymore. You're weak, Milsey. I pumped out all the water from my body and expected myself to evaporate. But I only had a short and shallow sleep and didn't even get to finish my dream. Can't even kill myself. Before you came in, I think I was leaving the orphanage in Trenton with a kid version of myself. I think I saw Mulsey crouching next to a pale fir tree, tidying up the graves of my parents and my kin that I never met. I wanted to reach out and pat her on the shoulder. I think I met a Mulsey who had just left Sammy. Her hair was wet from the morning mist, and she wasn't even holding her usual parasol. It was so cold. Her neck was tucked in, and her head drooping. Never seen myself so dispirited. Are your people living in the forest of Sammy? Yup. Ooh. When Rhine Lab began their scientific investigation section and started the Sammy exploration project, their footprints made it all the way to the ice fields in the remote north. I made a private request to Maggie. When Maggie contacted me, this place had just been built. This tiny vivarium that shouldn't even exist on Terra is an elvish garden. I found them following the coordinates Maggie sent me. Deep in the forests in the middle of Sammy, remote and cold, a bed of soil was locked up in the marsh and ice fields far from civilization, a place you could hardly consider a paradise for elves. I saw a tree towering over the woodland, no different from what other people of Sammy live in and revere, but after just a few steps forward, I saw the true home of nearly 100 elves. An endless hollow beneath the tree, its thick branches entangling with one another, an ecosphere woven into the roots as if it was encased in amber. To think there is such a settlement for elves on Terra. You want to persuade them to leave? Were they willing to leave their homes? I don't know, Doctor. I couldn't even ask them a question like that. They were not hostile to me, but I had no way of integrating into their society. Not because of my metropolitan feat, because there was something natural separating us. We look similar and face the same struggle. We're clearly alike, and yet we're also complete strangers to one another. We had no way of understanding or communicating with each other, like two waves on completely different frequencies. Doctor, I walked so far and finally found a tiny patch of forest in the endless ice fields of Sami. But I'm not a leaf from a tree. I'm just a drop of water. The elf leans against the pale fir, her hair moving with the topmost branches of the tree to the current. I can't make out her expression. You still wanted to move the vivarium into the Galaria Solaria. You still wanted to follow Kristen beyond the starpod. I needed to hold on to something. Kristen abandoned me, abandoned everyone, and the so-called future that she left for us. Kristen disbanded the components control section, and Sari was thrown out of the Galleria into deep space and almost turned herself into dust. The possibility I was pursuing has also been proven impossible. Dorothy got herself into trouble because of the stuff at Site 359. Ferdinand has thrown himself into the army, and Parvis, that old goat, seems to have died too. I can only reminisce about things that have already turned into bubbles. To me, they were once as precious as fresh air with hardly any originium dust. They kept me from being so lonely. Doctor, I was destined to always be alone, and if discovering and resisting this thing called fate so only leaves me all alone, does that mean I'll never be able to rid myself of it? We attempt to get closer to Milsey, but through the glass and the dense lake, she still seems to be far away. I bid farewell to someone before coming here. Who? Friend. So besides Sari and the gang, you knew someone else in Trimates? From the sound of it, you can't have seen them recently. But they left Trimates so soon, just after your reunion? I should say that my timing was just right. He was my kin. Kin? Then did they leave Trimates to go back to your homeland? You know, I was actually really curious about where you came from. I did some investigating, and the other time I snuck into Rhodes Island, I even tried looking for your files, but I found nothing. Is that because it's a secret? Or you have also been trying to find the answer? Well, he's lonely too. Just like me. Perhaps. What do you think? I want to know, when you met your kin, do you still remember what you were feeling then? Did you recognize each other easily? Could you understand each other? Could you provide comfort for each other's suffering? I never thought he would exist. He never thought I would exist. Time could not measure how long he had been watching and waiting in the dark. All I could do was to say goodbye. No wonder you look so exhausted, Doctor. Stop moving, and Mulsey looks into your eyes through the glass across the still water. So you also get lonely, Dr. Pixeltree? Frequently? And have you ever wondered in your resolve? Wavered in your resolve? Will you doubt the significance of certain things because of it? Rhodes Island, the operators and friends by your side, that person who you forgot would still have been searching for. And yourself? Doctor, this vivarium will shut down soon, so you should get out of here. You finally find the switch and the glass layer opens in response, but the lake, without its banks, does not pour out. Every drop of water held still by an invisible force. Like a bubble, about to pop, Elf is about to escape into the leaves of the pale fir tree. You step into it. You'll drown. Don't worry about me. I just want to sleep a bit more. A bit longer. Before I came here, I was asked a similar question. My answer was, and is, just as I always have been. Being alone is a type of strength, you'll see. Even a machine-like person can be submerged in such an emotion. You will be sad, you will reminisce, you will worry. And in the long term, it might not even improve. But it is indeed a kind of power. Every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. I remember you said before that you don't like being peppered with questions. I will still hold out my hand, Milty. He pulled her out of a stupor. I've heard the Rover's the best MC in gaming. You know. Just saying. Is my opinion the doc shut up? Much more interesting. Much more interesting. Like, overall, this is just interesting fucking sci-fi to me. This is, you know what I mean? It's like... And for one, like, don't get me wrong, the docs, for me, so far, as well, like, obviously we're getting a bit more character depth now, right? But even if you say, like, the docs are self-insert, right? At least for a good portion of the game. It's never been, I've never looked at it as a typical set. That's why I've never been so as critical towards it, right? Obviously, well, we've got the amnesia trope, but I'm starting to figure out things, okay, all right, starting to have reasons and making a little bit of sense. I've still got lots to learn. But, like, it's never been that, well, if, at least to me, it doesn't feel like that typical one anyway, even when if it is, right? Which, like I say, at the start, I definitely do see him as that. More purely because he feels like a, I don't feel like so much a self-insert at times. It's more like a fly on the wall. Do you know what I mean? But I think their interactions with characters and the conversations that happen make it feel less so sometimes. You know, the power dynamics as well. Do you know what I mean? Like a lot of it, the way Cal Sit has been now is starting to make sense. Obviously, I don't know what the fuck's going on with Cal Sit still, but it's clear that she was, I guess, made to watch over me specifically. I'm thinking, but it seems like that's a deal. Like he was put there to watch over them. But it seems like she's more specifically orientated towards me, right? No, because obviously I was in a separate place, so obviously I still don't know why that was and what the reasoning for that is. I'm curious to know now, what was she doing off gallivanting now back in the day? You know what I mean? Was that all in the name of the Doctor then? She had been my flag bearer for like thousands of years. I'll say it, lads. I'm just gonna make myself a drink. Just give me yourself a drink, boys. I'm back in a moment. He's a sec. Sorry about that, boys. Took a little bit longer because I was terrorising Rosie while she's in the shower. Alright, let's go. Finishing peak. Yeah, buddy. Throwing pen. I heard the prison in Max DC have regulations banning any sharp objects, including pens, and breaking the rules. I don't allow sunglasses either, Blake. I told you not to bother me when we got thrown in here together. I have important work that needs doing, and you've had a stellar record the past few years. So I hope you can keep it up. Damn it! I used up all the draft paper. Right, I can still write on the back. Like, help me out and ask the warden for some more. Colombian Academia will thank you for your contribution. What the hell are you doing? Do Vigilo, walk in the dust, and continue the main story. There's no way you think we'll get to live, Ferdinand. Colombian law has never been lenient, so can't you just quietly wait for the end to come? If you want to keep busy, why not think about your last meal? You wasted 2 minutes of my time, Blake. Which step was I at? Planning out your last meal? You think you're so funny, huh? You have no idea just how insignificant my work is. Over the next century, any researcher arrogantly trying to step into the field of high-energy physics in vain will have to engrave my theories into their mind. They will praise my name, regard me as a king and a prophet. Death? So what if I die? Just you wait, Kristen. You think you're so amazing? Ferdinand Clooney has brought the truth back down to the ground. You idiot. Oh, okay. Is this where we are? I'm glad to see you so hale and healthy, sir. Of course, it's all thanks to you. A few days ago, I heard some terrible rumors about Tri-Mounts. That's all in the past. I'm grateful that our Columbia has so many outstanding law enforcement personnel, just like you. I hear you're about to be promoted, even. Being a state attorney will bring out the best in you. Just do... Well, to be fair, we can lock in on a bit of AK content now, honestly. Because, because next week, Rose is off all week, right? I've got one day where I'll be a little bit, because she's having a wisdom stuff done, right? So, but last time, the surgery took like 30 minutes and it was really way less invasive than we thought it was going to be. They did a really good job and it's helped out a lot as well. And she was fine straight away. So, like next week, I've got all week. We've got no updates on Enfield now till what, the 17th? So we've got two weeks of really nothing coming to Enfield. I'll finish the main MSQ, you know, other than maybe just doing some streams here and there for Enfield where we do some playing around with some team comps, maybe, you know, not the lock-in propaganda. Yeah, we've got more time to focus on this. NTE doesn't come out till the end of the month. When does fucking Mongol Stardive? So really, we kind of do have a bit more time again to just kind of concentrate on Arknights again, really. Every time you say lock-in, we don't get Arknights for a week. True. But, yeah. I hear about to be promoted even. Being a state attorney will bring out the best in you. It's honestly nothing compared to your business. Ryan Lab has expanded its technological investments and purchased more than a dozen labs in various fields. I used to not care about financial news at all. Was it the 14th, was he? Something like that. So we've got like another 2 weeks for that, haven't we? But now with a friend like you, Justin Jr., I have to do more than just stare at these cast iron railings in a daze like I did before. Rose is off work Friday as well, so I've got like at least 5 days of like solid time that we can lock in. Today was just different because of like Rosie coming back a little bit later today. Plus I slept in late because I didn't get to bed till like 3 o'clock last night, man. I didn't have a bedtime chat, man, okay? I was allowed to stay up I played Enfield till quite late, and then I ended up watching some Jason Brandt, So Bad It's Good, on YouTube while I had a beer in bed. I was sitting in bed with a beer, all right. I was rock and rolling last night, boys, all right? I'll give you some stock tips. I'm glad to see you taking your fate into your own hands, but I did come here on proper business this time. Those two, I've already got the orders from above. Go ahead, Justin Jr. Just as before, it's nice to be working with you. I didn't go to the gym as well today, I was naughty. I'm locking in tomorrow though. Likewise, I have one more question. Which one did you want out? Just like before, madmen and freaks. Freaks are strapped in. You're here, Nasty. An interim meeting notice sent out by the already dissolved components control section. Only been 2 weeks, and they've already reorganized Rhine Lab. It's not just Rhine Lab. Volvo, Kaczynski, and Beach Brella too. Top tech companies in the city have all received notices and sent their representatives here. Who do you think organised this meeting? We'll know in just a moment. Don't lean your head towards me. I don't want my shoulders to get wet. Nasty wrinkles her brow slightly, and the dead branch-like device around her waist suddenly extends. The moment it touches Milsey, the party disappears from sight. If a bubble has just popped. As fucking Milsey would be like a really cool character in Enfield, right? I don't know if that'd be possible though, would he? Like, just like how cool some animations could be, to be kind of insane. It seems like you've recovered quickly enough to have the strength for this little trick of yours, Milsey. Dehydration is a serious thing to me, and it's not difficult to treat it either. I mean, it's your mental state. I thought you would be at a complete collapse, hiding in a forest to cry. Mimi's Dash will be turning into a ball of water and drowning. Yeah, it's like, I'm even thinking of some of her animations of her literally like turning into bubbles of water and splashes and, you know what I mean, kind of thing. Like moving around like that. A friend taught me through it. Told me, every life experience that eventually fades away will still hold some meaning. You're still as emotional as ever, needing others to soothe you. No, Nasty, I just calmed down and figured out something I had overlooked before. The person appearing here at your side right now is, of course, the director of Rhine Lab Ecological Section, the youngest and leading authority on ecology in the Rhine Lab. And that means Kristen passed on to me the biological data from the Galarius Stellarius Vivarium. None of the 753 plants survived, but before that, they managed to survive past the barrier and not die immediately after breaking through the star pod. It's a height that Terrans never imagined a life could reach. What a gratifying experiment result. Nasty, I know what your dream is. The Sarkaz promised land could also be in the sky. You must have collected the data encompassing the entire duration of the Galaria's launch into the skies, right? Well, I was standing close enough that day. The fireworks from the energy spluttering everywhere very much resembled the sparks generated from the gears of the future turning. So you're saying that's enough to propel yourself back into research on many more platforms that will be bigger and more stable? Or does it mean you've already begun? That was rudimentary prototype of a city. No one ever said that nomadic cities could only crawl on the ground. And me? I could fill the city up with life? Slow now. Our goals are aligned. To use your words, we're now going the same way. Let's go. The meeting's about to start. We got budget movements tang tang. Goals, yeah. Olivia, silence. Authentication complete. Please proceed. Direct. Staria, authentication complete. Please proceed. I love this design of silence, man. This version. When can you see Terra prepping for it? Right. It's hint for the hint for the city in Enfield. Yeah. Nah, I didn't miss it. Silence and Saria walk through the long corridor one after another. neither of them speaking a word, both of them enveloped in quietude. They stop at the door of the conference room. Saria, ask anything you have on your mind. Are you really ready? I thought you would have already thought this through while you were recovering. Science exists to transform society. This, I don't doubt one bit. Likewise, I can also confirm the significance of Control's actions. There is no researcher that hasn't been stunned by the tear in the sky. But the real question we actually face is what now? There's a rip in the sky, and the truth has emerged before everyone's eyes, and there is no reason to ignore its existence. But even if we'll raise our heads, it doesn't mean the problems under our feet will simply disappear. In science, once the current understanding of something has been toppled, the pace of progress will not be suspended, but accelerated. Countless constructions have been declared failures, while new fantasies have emerged. But scientists will eagerly tear down every cloud in the sky, and the ordinary people busy living their lives will be soaked by the rain the entire time. This is how reality is, and we can only accept it. It is inevitable to make sacrifices in the pursuit of dreams. We've heard enough phrases like these. There is no reality impossible to change, and no sacrifice justifiable. If most people can only be compelled to choose between dreams or reality, then I must become the bridge between the two. Ethical reviews, capital supervision, project evaluation. I will tighten the reins of order. I will use methods all manner of scientists will think pedantic and cumbersome to restrict them all. Okay, so she wants a job in the civil service? Is that what she's saying? Is that what she's saying, yeah? She wants to be the master of red tape. Alright, boss man. I'll become a monitor, a buffer zone, a railroad switch. In short, I'm well qualified to be a villain. I will see to science becomes a clear, incisive look at every one of us. She wants to be the master regulator, right? I don't think there's enough red tape here. Regulations, regulations, regulations. Silence. I don't know how exactly you managed to drum up support enough to change Triman's scientific and technological communities. But you should know this. No matter the power of the government or Mainlander, they choose you not for your worries and zeal. I know, but if our goals are aligned and willing to accept it. Silence grabs the door handle. She stops suddenly and turns to look at Saria. Her gaze burns, and for a moment, Saria almost wants to run from it. Surely you haven't forgotten, Saria. This is exactly what you wanted to do before. If you're hesitant, if you've given up, then I will do it. Dozens of eyes focus on her. To be honest, such a feeling of being noticed by everyone is not so pleasant to experience. Silence takes a deep breath and responds to those expressions of surprise, astonishment, and ridicule, one by one. After a long moment of time, she steps inside. Hello everyone, my name is Olivia Silence, sponsor of the Tri-Mount's Ethics in Scientific Research Joint Declaration. I stand here today because... Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No. Back then, I merely provided Miss Penny with an audition opportunity in Rankwood. It truly is nothing compared to the help you provided us this time. Yes, that girl is most probably just about to drown in the drool of various company representatives. I do hope she will be able to handle that situation. After all, this will be the new normal for her in the future. Such worries are indeed superfluous. Can't fucking say certain words sometimes. These youth are indeed not lacking in courage, and they always run so fast. All we can do is to accompany them on their journey. Huh, you're absolutely right. I become an old lady who loves to worry. A golf game next month? Sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to join you this time. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I no longer have a reason to remain with Rhinelab, and besides, I'm well past retirement age. This should be a long and extensive vacation. I'm so sorry, Miss Jara, but I've gone the wrong way. I've just asked the nearby residents, and if we change direction now, we might still be able to make it to the nearest nomadic city for a pit stop. It's fine, just continue driving this way. Huh? or delay your itinerary. I just flipped through the geographical magazine in this car, and if you continue this way for 10 more kilometers, there should be a winery up ahead. The magazine says the wines there have an exceptional texture. The winery insists on a limited supply to only specific distributors, and for decades has refused to expand the scale of their vineyard. So I'm curious. The people here have been so antsy lately over that Rhine Lab incident, so I thought you wanted to get out of Trimans ASAP. No one would give a retiree a hard time. Besides, just look at the wonderful scenery we have here. Wind blows from far away and Jorah adjusts her glasses, lifting her gaze to the sky. The clouds are moving quickly, and a single star faintly appears amidst the twilight. The sky appears as lofty as ever. After a long time, she gently waves her hand. The driver thinks she was calling him and quickly opens the door for her. Safe travels. Let's go. Wait. Galleria Solaria service cabin shutting down. She's still going. Galleria Solaria's observation bridge shutting down. Galleria Solaria Vivarium shutting down. "5 days, 8 hours and 43 minutes according to Terra's time after breaking through the barrier. The Galleria is persisting beyond my expectations." Oh shit, she out there and right. Not long after these cabins condensing the most advanced science and technology on Terra will be reduced to dust. The Galleria Solaria was never equipped with the technology and conditions required for interstellar travel. I still remember Friston scoffing at Nasty's plans when she handed them over. Bro was like, peasants, fucking ape-like creatures. They don't even know. And now, I will lie down in the life support hibernation pod that Loken developed. We could never simulate the actual environment back on the ground, so I'm not exactly sure how long I can survive. Where's she expecting to go? Is she just doing like we did with Voyager? It's just like, well, might wake up in 10,000 years' time near a star. Galleria Stellaria Planetarium is shutting down. The entire Galleria Stellaria has shut down. The life support hibernation pod will activate in 5 minutes. Please be seated at once. The universe. The first time I learned of this concept from Friston, I had no way of envisioning how encompassing, boundless, magnificent, beautiful, and touching it could be. It stretches past our horizons, exceeding what we have constructed with our barren imaginations, beyond what words can describe. Pity I can only record my words as an audio file. And what I can see through this boundless curtain that has made it difficult to discern any colours, our Terra is surrounded by stardust, with no fulcrum or rope supporting as it rotates on its own and by itself. The stars blend into one another, and any measurement of distance, size or shape is meaningless. This universe is so deep that it makes you speechless. It makes you feel a deep sense of awe. As I observe with just the naked eye, the stars look similar to Terra. These were once in our visions, mere decorations dotting the night sky, that share the same existence as us. Perhaps life also exists on them. The same flames of love and hate, terrible disasters, grand plans and romance, as well as the mundane struggles and persistence going on stage over and over again. Their history written by creation and destruction of their civilizations, with innumerable magnificent miracles, names that shine, and bloated titles that add onto the footnotes before they all return to dust. Do they know a universe exists, and are they our enemies, or neighbours we can get along with? If it's possible, Perhaps everyone should try to understand us from this position, to understand the land, sky, and sea we rely on to live. To understand where exactly we are in the history of humanity, and where exactly that entire history belongs in the universe. Only then will we be qualified to consider what direction to head in. Life support hibernation pod will... was they able to develop that from Trevor as well then? I guess like a more less advanced version of what the rest of the docks peeps was in. Life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Repeat, the life support hibernation pod will close in 1 minute. Please be seated immediately. Pre-hibernation record, vital signs are normal. Emotions are relatively stable. It is truly gratifying to see that all the plants here are still alive. A pity that Milsey has no way to obtain these data. Throughout Kristen's entire life, there have only been 2 times where she truly felt alive. The first time, Saria, when I brought you back to my hometown, on that hillside where I told you about the beginning of everything. The second time is now, as I have just realised mine and my parents' dream. Whatever happens next is merely the start of a continuation. On a clear night, find a spot with a wide and open view and set up a telescope. There'll be a single star twinkling for you in the sky. Well then, good night, Terra. That's a sick... Music's fitting as well. Good night, universe. I need to do that as well. If in a century or a millennium our descendants walk among the stars, the masses will sing her praises. I said, man, need a fucking statue, right? Who are you? A guardian lacking any purpose, watching over kin, brothers and compatriots who will never wake up. What are these? Life support devices far beyond what your comprehension. They do not rely on the originium you are familiar with, but tens of thousands of years is enough to wear them down to nothing, and now they are merely coffins for the deceased, just like in the olden days. Why do you seem so close to humanity? Is this speaking to Trevor, yeah? In our darkest days, it was only human nature that let us avert a much more complete destruction. Though, this means nothing but endless torment for me. Is the sky false? Not exactly. A barrier makes Terra incapable of charging towards the stars. Light has been distorted accordingly, preventing people from ever understanding the true implications of their world. Only the stars are beyond any doubt they exist. What does the universe look like? An interesting question. When any creature capable of capturing light turns its head to the sky, it will be subdued by an endless ocean of stars. Anonymous, magnificent, beautiful, but in my eyes, void merely means ruin and a chilling desolation. Are the stars just like Terra? No. Terra is rather small compared to them. Even stars tens of millions times larger than Terra, like star number 4, would completely disappear into the gigantic black hole of the Zolboid Nebula, and the satellite arrays outside Talos. Can even manipulate the geographical properties of a planet like this. Okay. completely disappear into the gigantic black hole of the Zobloid Nebula, and the satellite arrays outside Talos can even manipulate the geographical properties of a planet like this. Why do the Sancta have halos and wings? An icy chain of command gives them an identity. It is dangerous to start a machine lacking any self-awareness in the name of God. Fill a mission you cannot even understand. An icy chain of command gives them an identity. It is dangerous to start a machine lacking any self-awareness in the name of a God. Fill a mission you cannot even understand. I think I need to read something else to get the context of that, don't I? That's for Mass's Travels, is it? Oh, okay. Have you ever seen a burden beast? The creatures known to you as burden beasts have not changed too drastically in the course of evolution. Their tenacity is as durable as the planet itself. People should treat them with more humility and respect. What is it like to travel by sea? I can only tell you what a simulation feels like. Flying across the ocean of a planet is just like wrapping yourself in a blue silk scarf, and yet the bright blue is always fleeting. Tristan, say your piece. After knowing all of this, do you still intend on gambling your life to tear open the sky? Terror is ill-prepared, and your death will be without meaning or reason. Allow me to ask you a final question to serve as my answer. Ask your question. Our careers, cities, homes, art, as well as our cruel history, suffering, war, catastrophes, and the arrogance that destroys everything, trends of thought and ideals, greatness granted by others and equality gifted from birth, civilization born on this tiny patch of wilderness, and everything that we have ever loved without compare. What do they inevitably mean? What is it that life ultimately seeks? Oh, just to ask, went on to the ultimate question. And of course, that writing at the end there was fire. This shit's just made me more fucking interested in Enfield now. You know? Game Enfield writing isn't there yet. I need to know what the fucking the deal is with all Talos and that though now though, you know? These just okay, I do want to do these, but we don't necessarily have to do them now, do we? React stages. Oh, I'm gonna do them. I'm actually doing them right now. Damn. Lobby changes once you complete. What do you mean? I didn't notice. I mean, hey dear. Puzzle stages. Is it because it's a rerun? Ah, makes sense, makes sense, makes sense. Shit! That was fire. Yeah, it was fire. Again, I mean, that's just made me more interested in, obviously I don't know what's coming in the story, right, but they say that like you don't need to have played Arknights to experience Enfield, right? Which obviously so far is true, but like, are we going to get some like serious precursor shit in Enfield then? I mean, he said as well about originium is a different state of existence. It's making me think more about like Aether and stuff like, right? About what Neferif said. Yo, what's up, Renegade? I'm trying to see my nice stuff. The stuff in the stupid notes to connect to Enfield to AK. Really gonna get slopping Enfield slanted. Bro's written it off already. He's like, fuck that shit. I'm done. Oh, is England playing Japan? And we're losing to Japan? Nice. What the fuck? I bet he's playing... This is why I don't bother with fucking friendlies. I'm playing some wank team setup that don't make any sense. Yeah? Your answers are in Arknights itself, by the way. Oh, are they? They're saying that's one of the best sci-fi so far in the Gacha space. I ain't played everything, but yeah. I think Arknights is the best fucking story in this space. Like, I actually recorded a video. I think I need to re-record it. Actually, I have a video recorded, ready to upload, talking about Arknight storytelling and shit. I had to preface the video right at the start by saying like people are probably going to think this is tribalistic, but it's genuinely not. Christian just out there floating. Arknights transcends gacha. Yeah, I agree. It's not just good gacha content. It's good gaming content. It's good sci-fi content. Good sci-fi fantasy content also. Like I said, I'm in the world building in this game. You know, it's fire. It's actually fire. I think I need to get that fucking book. They need to write more physical law books, man. You know what I mean? Have you seen the unofficial trading card game as well? I've been thinking about ordering that. Unofficial, like, but... Mimi's, she still floats up there to this day. What do you think of fucking... Austin Powers? Arknights is the one gacha game I can unashamedly tell people I'm into. Not that don't bring Kristen back. Really didn't like... You didn't like Kristen? I think she's an incredibly interesting character. Definitely pivotal to a plot progression, right? The law book is pretty neat. You know what they need to do? I'll tell you what they need to do. They need to... It's probably too much. They need to get all this shit together and get somebody like Stephen Fry to narrate it. That's what they need to do. You know what I mean? That's what they need to do. Where the fuck is Vigilon? I'm guessing he's further up, yeah. I do need to do the Masters as well. After seeing... So you're saying do Vigilon first and then walk in the dust? After I've fucking lost my trail of thought now. Read manga, you regret not reading it first. I know, but like, if I keep doing this with this game, man, I'm never gonna get anything done. Every time I try and move on, people are like, bro, play the game. Every time I try and move on, people are like, no, don't do that, do this. And then I'm like, okay, I'll do this. And then like, no, you gotta do this first. And it's like, actually, before you do that, you need to have a shit, bro. Go wash your fucking feet. Yeah. Which I understand people wanting to do as well. I'm not shitting on you guys for doing that, because like it's an incredible story, and I get wanting people to experience it at its height and in its you know, its totality as well. So I'm not shitting on you guys for doing this, because you know, lots of people have been part of saying those things, and I don't, when you guys are like that, I'm not like, yeah, shut up. I'm honestly not. It just makes me laugh. Just do whatever you want, I'm here for it. Vigilant walking the dust, give you a lot of answers. You're just asking when Cal sitting for his we're talking. Okay. My manga is not connected to either of these for the 10 moment, so it's fine to hold off. You don't have to unlock mats, Vigilo. You can just do dust first. Doing everything would be better, but I just fear if you start those two now, we're not getting to 15 this year. Nah, we're good, man. We're good. We're good. We're good. We got this shit, man. We got this shit. We're you know, we're moving on. A person from the past, a land ship sailing through the present, and a gaze rising from the future. View the story. Because you promise you're going to lock into OG Arknights once. I am. Is that ice down there then? Yeah, no, I am going to lock in. Like, obviously, I'm still going to be playing other games, but main story content probably going forward, like at the minute, probably will be like 70-80% Arknights, right? Because we've got nothing coming in Enfield that's major now for a couple of weeks. I say I'll probably once because I've got the gear to build Ross's gear now, so I'm going to farm her essence. I'm going to fucking sort her gear out and everything. I'm going to build her up, and then I think we'll do some, you know, we'll play around with some streams where we fuck around with some team building and stuff. Heavy Duty Babble, has been for chapter 14. Yeah, we've already set that up. I've got these. Keep walking the just to hear the lobby music. Which is pretty. So far. In the shop with the red store. Why am in the shop? Ooh, that is pretty. I think I need to listen to this properly. Man. Have we,
Are you happy to see me?
I need a YouTube video.
Bandai?
I need a YouTube video for that, guys. You saying, red search shop? These information fragments. Is this what I'm buying now? Yeah. How many do I need for each? Was it 6? Just buy it. I'll just buy like 10 for now. How many was he? 6. One of the best BGMs in AK. Pretty fire. Pretty fire. Oh shit, I got some anyway. I didn't realise I got in here. I thought I was out. Now we got extra anyway. Obtain medal. I am. We got Spes, Memoria, Valorum, Coggiatio, Anteria, Pignus. I'm assuming we're going left to right. Right? But left. Start at the left. Yeah, okay. Oh, you know, I don't know if any of you guys were playing Enfield earlier. Did you guys have any connection issues? I was fiddling around my base, man, and fucking, I was trying to move something. It all locked up. You know when like you actually stash something, and it left like the digital thing there, just like, and then I just disconnected from the servers. I don't know if it was my net or what, because I've been trying to figure out my I've been trying to sort my base out a little bit. No connection issues. Yeah, it was literally like only lasted for about 10 seconds. Disconnected me, and then I got back in. 5:20 p.m. Clear. Columbia City. Toronto? Toronto, is that a silent K? Toronto. The name's Dylan. James Dylan. Rhode Island, low altitude aircraft pilot. And I'm currently running pell-mell around the city. I should be sitting in the cockpit of my aircraft, joystick in my hand. The only things I should be facing down are turbulence and terrain. Instead, I'm clutching one half of an automatic assault crossbow in my hands. And hell, the first time I heard of this model was earlier this morning. Maybe just half of it is damned heavy. My palms are all sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. If I had to end up in a war zone, I'm sure as hell wouldn't be on the ground, let alone in some dark alley in Colombia. I just hope to God that my enemy isn't... Oh. Dylan, I got my hands full over here. Can you help a gal out and tell me what it says? It says police. The police of Toronto. He started it. But it seems probably not the real deal. A real botch job if ever I seen one. At least he looked at the part. At least he looked the part. Pretty much the same as the guys up on the roof earlier this morning. But on the ones that didn't have a uniform ready. So let me ask this question again. What kind of cops wind their automatic assault crossbows during questioning? Colombian cops? Very funny. You know he's not a cop. At least not the kind we're used to dealing with. I lift my eyes to cast a glance at the black-clad man collapsed in the alley, and then lower my gaze again to half a weapon in my hands. It was pointed straight at my chest just a moment ago, and now it's smashed into 2 pieces. This policeman is unconscious. Blaze remembered the doctor's instructions when she struck, and he should be still should still be able to cling to life. A crazy idea in mind, just while watching your stream, that could make it more engaging. Brand of you is going to be loving the community, so the followers would pop up themselves. Discord better to explain. Here's my Discord. Oh man, they in YouTube now. What the fuck? Fucking hell, man. I thought YouTube was safe. You know what I mean? It was about. Stuck my ass. Bots get banned. Bots get banned. Nobody else. Bots get banned. Don't read the bots scam text. Is it like what Saint Tonta said? Arknights Enfield is the best game ever. And then they're all here. Not me, Vulpes did the other day. The content creator Vulpes you're talking about, yeah? Twitter clanks have arrived. Yeah, I've never seen one of them on YouTube. See them on Twitch all the fucking while, right? Never on YouTube. The Rhode Island team arrived in Toronto yesterday. No matter how many times I experience it, this kind of speed always surprises me as a pilot. Rhode Island is in the process of steaming to the Grand Knight territory, and we've crossed over the entire Western Wasteland by air. The entire Western Wastelands, I say. According to the plan, after Amir and the Doctor finish their business, we'll take the same route back to Rhode Island. Grand Knight territory might not have finished its urban subdivision assembly at this time. All I know is, Rhodes Island was invited to visit during the Casimir's Major. But I'm in the dark about when and why. But anyway, the sooner we can head back, the better. If I wasn't in such a hurry, I wouldn't mind taking a few days off to chill in the metropolis. But after this, I'm not in the mood for that anymore. Are we? It's the medic? No, not until we leave Toronto. Maybe not even until we leave Colombia. Check for me if he's still breathing. It'd be nice if you made sure he kept on breathing. Alright. This is my first time seeing such a powerful automatic crossbow. Are these weapons common in Colombia? Automatic weapons like that are Colombian speciality. I wonder how the doctor's doing. As soon as the raid started, the doctor and Amir left in a car. No clue if the autopilot system that Closure was fiddling with will work though. What a disaster. Even those two got caught off guard. They're only human after all. Sometimes shit happens. They took over the hotel and seized all the drug samples we kept behind. Whatever, we can worry about that later. We've got to think of a way to get out of this city safely first. How bad that's my little bro. We've lost everything, but you're still not standing by my side. Then, what has it all been for? Just to leave the faintest slither of hope? But, hope? Hope? Don't you know that hope is a cruel thing indeed? When you realise it can't be undone, when you realise you are powerless, when you find yourself nothing but desperate, hope is enough to drive a perfectly good person mad. But, you want to say something, but you can't move your body? You seem to be drifting in the void. Everything before your eyes, so familiar and yet so distant. These are a part of your memories floating alongside you like fragments. Like this, you continue to drift with your ceaseless thoughts, watching the familiar woman before you gradually fade away. You open your eyes, and before you stretches an endless rocky desert. You see a strange, ugly iron bucket helm. A peculiar man seems to be looking your way. You cannot see his expression through that rough bucket helm. Gasper Wildland. Oh, fucking hell, it's my guy. What do we all be doing with these tentacles, man? Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, friend. Can you talk? You? Who are you? Where am I? The friend awakens, little rabbit. Doctor? You feel someone tightly embrace your waist. Before experiencing this warm embrace, the cold, hard touch of the rocks behind you and the throbbing pain in your head remind you that all is not well. I'm so glad you're awake. I don't know what I would have done if you didn't wake up. How are you feeling? Does it hurt anywhere? I'm fine, just my head hurts a little. Your head hurts? Did you hit it? Let me have a look. Worry not, little rabbit. There is nothing wrong with this doctor. At least not physically. On a spiritual level, however, one cannot say. You were mumbling a great deal in your slumber, but before you complain, I did not listen closely. Who are you? Ah, pardon me for not introducing myself. As you can see, I am a merchant. Hear me out. Hear me out, right? What if, you know, when we're talking about Etch Space Salvage and stuff, right? What if my guy is the Etch Space merchant who you go to, like, the stuff that you've pulled out to sell to bro? Do you know what I mean? What if they had a little gamble in there, a little gamble in there as well? You can take that gear, double it or, you know, double it or bust. You can call me Cannot, or Mr. Good Enough, should you prefer that instead. To be honest, friend, that display you put on earlier was simply too exhilarating. It's not every day one sees someone performing originium arts while flying off a cliff. A most excellent show indeed. Turn him into the ring, right? Yeah, something like that, like, you know? Finding me random spots or something from Destiny every week. It's like, my idea was actually having like I'm gonna, probably after this stream, like, I ain't gonna stream too late because I want to make that video. I know we recorded it early in the stream, but I think I want to make it a bit more concise and lock down some of the talking points. I think it'd be a sick merchant, like, to come out to seek. It would be kind of cool to have some potential POIs in. It could be him as well, couldn't he? Actually, where you can buy stuff in the run as well. Do you know what I mean? What are you buying? Up a cliff? What were we? Might have been a problem with Closure's autopilot system. This should be Colombia's Eastern Wastelands? That is correct, little rabbit. This is the Gasper Wildland, and you two are quite fortunate. Fortunate? Yes, yes, quite fortunate indeed. 2 kilometers further south is a poisonous swamp. Had your car gotten stuck in that? Good luck getting it out. I wonder how the others are doing. The other operators split off on their own. I'm sure Blaze is taking good care of them. But we can't get a hold of them, or any other branch of offices. Wait, what about the communicator? We left it all on the bad guy. Not just communicator, we didn't even have time to pack food or water. Is this prior or post? Sounds like a desperate situation indeed, friends. But there is always a way, if you don't mind. Might as well. I am quite familiar with this area. I can show you to the nearest messenger outpost, where, should we all go well, you'll be able to contact your friends who attacked us. An excellent question indeed, but the only ones who could answer it are no longer able to speak. The bucket-headed man points to the nearby cliff, where a unique-looking armed vehicle is emitting a thick black smoke. By the looks of things, it's been wrecked for quite some time now. Hold on a second. Yeah. I'm saving the image of your boy Cannot for the video. It's prior then, yeah? Vigilo is very old. Mercenaries. They've been chasing us after we left the city. Dedicated to their job. Dedicated to the point of giving up their own lives. To be frank, Colombian mercenaries range from the peerless to useless, and the ones with the resources to hire such dedicated mercenaries can be counted on one hand. They seem to have taken quite an interest in you, friends. How exactly did you offend these great Mongols? So it was them. So, Miss Amia, are you really unwilling to consider the offer? In Colombia, you'll be hard-pressed to find a more suitable partner than Mama John's. We can provide fairly favourable terms for Rhodes Island's drug sales. Damn, bro. Thank you for your generosity, but we're only here for technical exchange. Rhodes Island has no plans for deeper level commercial cooperation. And the Eurypathy and analgesics we brought are still undergoing trials. These are more of a proof of concept than a finished product. The process of researching and developing Eurypathy treatments is long and complicated, and in these areas, we still have many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Let me laugh. They planned this from the very beginning. Should we contact the police first? Police? Friend, you don't seem to understand where you are. Mama John's is the largest firm in Toronto. The chief of police boasts of his connections to their corporate leadership in order to display his status. I suggest you change your mind. The fact that they have dared to steal your goods in the urban core means that from the very beginning, I never thought anything of you. It's all my fault. I bought into their talk. Don't blame yourself. Nobody could have expected them to be like this. Mr. Goody? Ah, what is it, Miss Rabbit? You just said you could take us through the wastelands, right? That I did say, Miss Rabbit. How do you plan to do that? Were you a catastrophe messenger? That is nothing you need to concern yourself over. I have plied my trade in the wastelands for many years, and that has given me a knack for avoiding catastrophes. Of course, I do ask for a small guide fee, 2 refined originium ingots in this case. Not too much to ask for in such a situation. Yes? We only have Colombian gold certificates and won't be able to pay you until we get in touch with our ship. Is that alright? No problem, my friend. Doctor, what do you think? We could also figure a way back into the city to meet up with Blaze and the others. It's too dangerous. Looks like we don't have a choice. That is scarcely the case. We always have many choices at the point in our lives, but of course, we tend to pick the best one from the available options. I hope we can have a fruitful relationship in the coming days. Of course, my friend. I trust that this will be a most enjoyable journey. Bro, this scene always gets me. What the fuck is this here? So I remember this scene very first come up when we were like watching what reunion we're doing, you know, prior to the fight with fucking Skull Shatterer. Right, it looks like a TV, right? Like, we're like, I remember the first scene, we were like hiding up here, we were looking down on reunion, looking to maybe potentially get in. And then I'm like, why the fuck is there a TV there? I don't get it. It's like so random. Just... This guy must be burning up under the metal bucket. Cannot is so weird and strangely likable. Is that a broken car on the left? Where? What they see at? Oh, what the fuck that is? Essential for camping, didn't you know? Proper old analog TV as well, yeah. Of course it's got to be, unless it's... I don't know what, it's got to be right. 5 hours later. That's what I was thinking, maybe like the back end of a truck, potentially, maybe. As I said, bandits are not the biggest threat in the wastelands. I once knew the most courageous local. He even... Doctor, give me your hand. Phew, we're up. How many hills have we crossed? This is only the second one, Doctor. Let me rest. Let me rest. Doctor, sit down here for a moment. Friend, at your speed, we'll be on the road for at least another whole day. The Doctor might not be able to maintain such a brisk pace. We can slow down a touch, but why can't we go a bit slower? Even as a merchant of the wastelands, there is a limit to the amount of food and water I can carry on me. If we slow down too much, we will inevitably run into a supply shortage. That's the case, Mr. Cannot. Is there a forest nearby? I've heard of an oasis in the wastelands of Eastern Colombia. There is, but what use of it? Night above the wastelands in a dark mountain pass with the TV. It's a dark mountain pass with the TV. A tongue of flame consumes dry branches, and the sound of a wooden spoon tapping against a bowl echoes across the canyon along with Amia's humming. These vegetables, as well as the mushrooms here, are pretty well much all edible, as long as they're cooked through. We've got a fire, we've got the TV. It's a good night, man. It's a good night. This kind is slightly toxic, but can still be eaten in an emergency. I should have given you more credit, Miss Rabbit. To be honest, most friends from the nomadic cities have no sense of how to survive in the wilds. Many I know will never once step foot in the wastelands. I see that you have a decent survivalist skill set. Where are you from? Rimbilliton? I would not be surprised if you were in a fact from Rimbilliton. Actually, the Doctor taught me all of this a few years ago. Huh? I did? Yes, back then. That reminds, that was from Granny and the Knight's Treasure, wasn't it? This scene. Doctor, are these edible? These vegetables, as well as the mushrooms here, are pretty much all edible as long as they're cooked. Do you know what's kind of nostalgic a little bit with fucking Arknights for me, right? Is, you know, how you see the background artwork used multiple times, right? Like, I remember, like, in Star Trek, right? Because obviously, especially some of the sort of early days of special effects, some of it was still, like, you could tell it was, like, painted work with, like, you know, bringing in some, like, small green screen stuff and stuff, like. I remember, like looking for certain scenes, especially planet-wide scenes, being used in different... Like, there's one specifically that's used in TNG and in Voyager, and it was used multiple times. And there's oh fuck, what's it called now? The thingamajig. It's like used throughout multiple different versions of Star Trek as well. I think it's used in other shows as well, actually, always in the background in so many scenes. It just reminds me of that sort of stuff. Those were trying times, harrowing times, but they were also good times. Especially some of the space scenes, right? It seems that something is stirring in the back of your mind, but it gradually blurs out. You try to recall that scene again, but vague memories like bubbles that occasionally rise to the water's surface, only to disappear just as quickly. Would you start? Yeah, especially back then when they're pumping out quite a lot of episodes in short periods of time, weren't they? Not like now, where you get like an 8-season series and then 2 years later season 2 comes out. That's when, like, you know, in the space of what, 4 or 5 years, you get 5 to 7 seasons, wouldn't you? And they'd potentially be up to like 20 plus episodes, you know, when TV was fucking good and it was worth like watching shit like that. Like now, man, to finish a show can take a decade and it has like 4 seasons and like 40 episodes altogether. Doctor, is this something that happened before then? Ah, it's nothing. It did happen a few years ago, but it doesn't matter if you can't remember. Actually, having 22 episodes a season was golden. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, like, Matt, weren't like Star Trek seasons around 20 to 23 episodes? I think like up to 26 episodes, yeah. TNG. Can't say last time I was when I watch anything on TV. Yeah, I don't watch TV. It's trash. But have you seen they've cancelled Star Trek fucking Academy, ain't they? They're trying to blame everybody as well. Shout out to the writer of you know, that Hail Mary. I need to watch that. Project Hail Mary. The one with Ryan Gosling in. He was like, yeah, because he actually spoke with Kurtzman and that. He wanted to write for the new Star Trek stuff, but they said nah. Alright, Sable, catch you later, buddy. And he was like, yeah, it's fucking shit show over there, like, and new Star Trek shit. It's like based. Because like Ryan Gosling said as well, like he was like, you know, it's not up to viewers to save theatres. It's up to Hollywood to create good stuff again. Same for TV shows, right? I'm sick of hearing showrunners and actors come out and blame toxic fandoms. But if you just make it good, maybe that'll help. Anyway, I don't want to get lost in that because I could talk about that shit all day long. She lowers her head and continues to stir the bowl, but the smile on her face seems somewhat lonelier. I must also say, you've chosen the most prudent location to make camp. Even though we've made a fire, our position is not easy to detect. Plus, we have a TV to look at. Are there any bandits around here? Bandits, bounty hunters, and countless rust hammers. There are no shortage of annoyances in this land. Rust hammer? I've heard the name before. They're a group of vicious marauders, right? That description would not be a very rigorous one. Rust hammer is a loose organisation and is made up of various smaller groups. For example, there is Fiend's Gang, made up of Sarkas, and also a group of strange folks who worship catastrophes as gods. I think they're called followers of the Arcosauria or something. They worship catastrophes? Followers of the Arcosauria, what a crazy bunch. I heard something about a Rusthammer gang in Sargon that called themselves Arcosauria Devils. They seem to have been searching for an Arcosauria war god with massive horns on its head. An operator from Colombia once told me that Rusthammer used to be just a few small, scattered groups. Over the past few years, though, their numbers have greatly increased, stretching from the mountains of Ursus to the wastelands of Colombia. Bonebreakers. It kind of sounds like a somewhat similar idea, right? Almost. Our world is not a peaceful one, friend, and that wasteland is the wasteland is no exception. You will encounter all sorts of strange people and strange occurrences, but you will adapt. Here, Doctor, dinner's ready. Thank you, Amir. Very good. What a heartfelt scene of intimacy. Mr. Cannot. I am simply jesting. My apologies. Please do not take it seriously. At this rate, you will lose everything. You will be alone with nothing. Is it worth it? Loneliness is a poison that erodes the mind. How much do you think you can withstand? By the time you awaken, there will be no kin at your side. Nobody will recognize your sacrifice, let alone remember it is. Is this somebody talking to the doctor? Is this the future you look forward to? So, wait. So I'm thinking now, is that... I don't know why we were chosen, but I'm guessing we elected. So, Trevor's created to watch over the humans go into stasis. The doctors chose or chooses what to be the one that wakes up to potentially, I don't know, solve whatever needed to be solved and then be the person who wakes the rest of them up? Was that the deal? Were the plays so far apart, so... Why were the plays so far apart? Was that a protection? Like, like a... In case something went wrong at one or the other? Does that mean there's potentially more? Does that mean that there's more places where some are buried like that? Okay. You wake up. The crimson glow spills forth from the distant horizon, and the darkness left unto humanity by the shadow moon gradually ebbs. Frigid wind gnaws at your cheeks as it blows across your face, and the land of terror once again ushers in a new dawn. You are up very early, friend. The morning air is refreshing. Where's the little rabbit? Is she not awake yet? Let her rest a bit longer. What are you doing? Short-tailed felbeasts don't have much meat, but they can suffice as breakfast. This is a speciality of the Colombian wastelands. Worry not, it's free of charge. A new day comes to Terra, and the situation has not changed, as far as I can tell. Nevertheless, good morning, friend. You were talking in your sleep last night. Your mental status seemed a bit unstable. Do be careful. I just think when I'm thinking of these now and like reading these lines, I'm just thinking of, it's but a scratch. What did you hear? I'm a trustworthy person. I didn't go out of my way to listen, let alone remember anything. Plus, you were only mumbling, couldn't really hear anything clearly. But every night a little rabbit is very concerned about your sleep talking. Pardon me for being nosy, but after all the chatting we've done on our journey, is it hard not to take certain impressions? Have you lost your memories? Or something of that sort? I see. That's some sort of secret. Let's say I never asked. It is an uncouth question indeed, and asked out of simple curiosity. Some things happened to me and I lost some of my memories. Maybe most of them. Occasionally I recall some of them, just tiny fragments. Well, maybe not occasionally, only a few rare times. Friend, I have a vague idea of what's going on. Suppose your memory is a spread out newspaper, and now someone has spilled a bucket of paint on it. You can only see bits and pieces of the content through the gaps in the paint, but you can't grasp the full picture of that content. Seems like a pretty good description of my experiences. I am a stranger to myself. It sounds like something that defies all words, friend. But I am no psychiatrist, and there is not much I can do for you. Sometimes I even find myself thinking about the kind of person I was before all this. I don't know who I am. I can only piece together myself, together from the words of others. It's familiar. Sort of tone and theme we get in Enfield as well, right? That's not important, friend. Our existence is often based on how others perceive us. The sum of yourself is but the feedback of auditory, visual, and emotional interaction with others. It doesn't matter what kind of person you are, but from a social point of view, it should be quite clear what kind of person others need you to be. Do you happen to have anything that can restore memories quickly? I do, but I can't recommend it. Let me think of how to put this. Our lives are like an elastic belt. If you stretch out one side, the other side will contract. If you want to restore your memories quickly, you will have to endure many unimaginable consequences. Unmanageable. That quaint head of yours might not withstand such a tussle. Besides, this only applies to the most common forms of amnesia. Whether for your own sake or for that of the little bunny, who you value so much, I'd recommend just taking things easy. By the way, the little rabbit's up. Doctor, good morning. Morning, Amia. I'll leave you two to it then. I'm going to fetch some firewood. Like cannot. Amia stands beside you quietly watching the sun rising in the distance. The rays of light are slowly melting the cold tones of the wasteland, every piece of the rocky desert dyed by the gradually rising sun. Perhaps you have never set foot upon this land, but in a corner of Terra's vast domain you once wandered with Amia. You once left your footprints in this sparsely populated world. It should have been your impression, your fragments of your memory. The truth is, stories Calcic told you. Is the story Calcic told you. In the cold wind of the early morning, you rack your brain, trying to find a tangible thread without your hazy memory. Pardon me. The light of daybreak, the cold wind of the wastelands. You and Amir and you can remember, and yet you cannot remember. 2 seconds, Joe. Amir takes hold of your hand. Doctor, are you okay? I'm fine. I remember it. It was around the same time. We spent our first night in the wastelands and watched the sunrise over the horizon, just like this. You asked me a bunch of weird questions. Of course, all of that happened years ago. But it seems like it was just yesterday. Sorry, Amir. It's okay, Doctor. As long as you're here, one day, things will get better. Remember this scene from Dark Memoirs? The next day, 2:39 p.m. clear. Messenger outpost. Several huge engineering vehicles and armed off-road transports make a circular formation on the rocky barren expanse, surrounding several makeshift sheds. The noisy din of generators and the roar of running originium boilers can be heard near and far, intermingled with the loud conversations of travellers and messengers. The messengers' outpost, an oasis of civilization beyond the ecological oasis of the wastelands. Good destination. Finally, we have arrived safely at the post. We didn't encounter any major difficulties on our journey, nor did a catastrophe befall us. You are quite lucky indeed, friend. The third car from the left is a messenger contact station here. You might be able to contact your group there. The messenger rates here are pretty good. But the room over there has the logo of Mama John's on it. Are you sure it's fine? As long as you keep your low profile and don't cause any trouble, there won't be any problems. This is a messenger outpost after all. Even in Colombia, few companies will go out of their way to get on the messenger's bad side. Doctor, wait here for me. I don't stand out as much as you do, so I'll head down to the messenger contact station. Mr. Cannot, can I trouble you to stay with the doctor for a while? I'll be right back. Don't worry, little rabbit. I'm good at hiding people from prying eyes. There won't be any problems. Relax, friend. Look at those armed vehicles over there. Do you see those anti-armor turrets? Trust me, it's very safe. Here, have a sip. It's a speciality from a local microbrewery. Give it a try. Is this beer? Indeed, I've heard the owner of this microbrewery is an infected. Unexpected, yes. Even among the Columbia's pioneers, there are a few who can accomplish this much. Now is not the time to drink and make merry. Fair enough. Why don't we go and relax over there and listen to the news? You know, the very best thing about Colombia is that they provide radio-based stations for all the wasteland outposts. You can hear the news on the radio from just about anywhere. Almost all cities have intra-city broadcasting, but the decision to cover the wilderness with base stations is unique in Terra. You should take it all in and treat it like sightseeing. Armed conflict that occurred in the Northern District of Toronto has gradually subsided. On-site police found evidence of a large-scale crossbow shootout, but have not apprehended any suspects. The Toronto police announced that one of their parties involved in the conflict has ties to a foreign company, Rhodes Island. The specifics of this organisation are not known at this time. Is it Big Bob, is he? Is he fucking, slug beer? Wasn't he? Some sources note that this foreign company has certain commercial conflicts with a local firm, but the spokesperson of this business declined to comment on the matter. The police believe that this may have been a terrorist attack on Toronto, and the specifics of this armed conflict are pending further investigation. Doctor, you're back, little rabbit. The people at the messenger contact station didn't come to work until 3 past noon, so I'll have to wait. The news just now. It sounds like your people have withdrawn successfully, which is a good thing. But Mama John's probably got what it came for. Most regrettable. We're the victims, but the police are looking for us? Huh. Something like this is a routine operation in Colombia. That bunch moved quickly and wiped their asses in advance. Don't dwell on it, friend. You'll leave this place soon enough. It's too late to manage this problem now, but be more mindful about it next time. What did they get out of a batch of semi-finished medicine samples? Very well. It seems that you've made up your mind. Are you familiar with the Colombia's business, my friend? How many times have you had to deal with them in the past? Rhodes Island has had simple dealings with a few Colombian technology companies. Oh, I'm sure simple dealings are decently good on the surface. My friend, ugly and indecent parts are not often placed on the table for everyone to see. Come then, I will take you someplace so you can see something fun. He's not going to get his dick out, is he? Oh, look at this. Oh. Next. Hello? I need this month's dose. Sure, let's take a look. Mr. Dave, is it? Ah, yes, I saw your application. You've been a model employee this past month. Here's your monthly medicine ration. Thank you. Thank you. Would it be possible to get next month's dose in advance? My wife is in pretty bad shape lately and I need... Mr. Dave, according to company regulations, we're unable to provide any medication in advance. Thank you for your understanding. But as you know, we always prepare additional medicine for commercial sale, and you can always go next door to purchase more rapidity suppressants. But... Company regulations, Mr. Dave. Thank you for your understanding. Next. What is this place? Hush. This is the Frontier Department of Mama John's. Keep a low profile. They're passing out medicine to the infected. In Colombia, many things operate in a way unlike elsewhere in Terra. For example, consider the wasteland pioneers. Pioneers are the lifeblood of Colombia's westward expansion, the writers of Colombia's wilderness stories, the protagonists of the Colombian dream. They sign a contract with Mama John's and open up land in the barren wastes, establishing residential areas for Colombia and its companies. Depending on how they work, companies will also provide them with medicine and supplies as a sort of wage. Here, take this. Solid and liquid components of the package separately. This is medicine they distribute. This is the medication that they give to the infected. You are the expert here. I doubt you need me to explain. This is not an oripathy suppressant. Of course not. You know better than me. This is half a generic painkiller and the other half is a nutrient solution. Placebos, pretty much. Why? It's not a question of why. Don't you see? They don't need to sell real suppressants. These pioneers infected from all over the world have never seen a real oripathy suppressant. Though, these things can't actually suppress oripathy itself. They can relieve the symptoms of the disease. The product of Mama John's works quickly, and that's good enough for them. The concept of suppressant is new to Terra, and naturally they wouldn't know. Since they can make painkillers, they don't need to make real suppressants. It's fitting for Colombia, for America, right? When you think about the pharmaceutical industries in America. Why do they care about our technology then? Huh, that story would be even more interesting. Did you know before Mama John's became a big name, they were just a donut chain? I was waiting for that, something like that to come out, you know, because of Papa John's. Papa John's, sorry. They were just a donut chain. How could they have mastered the technology to produce drugs? All their pharmaceutical production lines are purchased from other companies, such as Beachrella, Terra Mountains, and Rhine Lab. Now that they sell painkillers, suppressants, and make so much money, Do you think the other pharmaceutical companies will sit on their hands? They've been thoroughly beaten down by other companies, but they've also learned a whole lot. This time, they decided to directly off their partner, something that is distinctively Colombian. With your batch of samples in hand, I suspect the landscape of their cheap drugs will soon change. A more efficacious drug with a stronger analgesic will convince more people that this is in fact an erythropy suppressant. How can that be allowed? Rhodes Island samples are not erythropy suppressants at all. Those samples haven't been tested for safety yet and might have serious side effects. We haven't... Let me tell you what will happen next. Mama John's will use your technology to make more and more suppressants at lower costs. Of course, those poor pioneers will become the guinea pigs. Will they die? Let me tell you the truth. Even without Mama John's, they will still die. Colombia's frontiers have been bought with the blood of the pioneers. Their life expectancy is not long regardless. Those who remain, those whose lives were not claimed, while paving the wilderness, are ever more likely to work for them in exchange for these so-called suppressants. From donut to drugs, right? This medicine gives some short-term pain relief. Maybe it can even buy them a few extra years. Then, the newspapers across Colombia's major cities will publish headline after headline of their great achievements right on the front page. Mama John strides into pharmaceuticals, bringing new hope to the infected. Impeccable. As for the truth, it is not at all important compared to the actual effectiveness of the analgesics. Of course, you can tell these poor people, those drugs that you're taking can't actually cure erythropy, but can best be regarded as expensive painkillers and placebos. And then what? You keep telling the truth, saying that even the best suppressants by far can't bring back their completely normal lives, and that they will continue to be accompanied by sickness and pain until they die. On the subject of erythropy, Rhodes Island indeed stands at the bleeding edge in this world, so you know the truth. But is it a truth that they cannot... But is it a truth they can stomach? And this is Colombia, my friend. Nothing will change and everything makes sense. People come to Colombia with hope, create value with hope, and die with hope. But we can't just sit around and watch them use Rhodes Island to... See, this is very practical. You cannot save them. Nobody can save them. Not to mention, it is difficult to even protect yourselves now. For the infected who harbour hope in their hearts, hope never existed in the first place, and you know this better than they do. You should contact your people sooner rather than later, and find a way to get back. You're right. I don't want to admit, but facts are facts. Doctor, I know that hope is a cruel thing indeed. When you realise it can't be undone, when you realise you are powerless, when you find yourself nothing but desperate, hope is enough to drive a perfectly good person mad. People believe what they want to believe, and that makes them feel much better. You look over at Amia. You watch her ears slowly droop, her eyes filled with sadness and stained with helplessness. Aww. The two of you have seen much. You both will see more still. You both understand all this, and in fact, there is no need for the wasteland merchant to explain it again. In the distance, along the border between the wastelands and the sky, the sun slowly sinks. Day is about to draw to an end in Terra's wastelands. The light is about to fade, and the twin moons will soon take its place in the sky. The sun will still rise tomorrow, but every infected will see the sun coming. Will see the coming dawn. Even if there are enough drugs to suppress erythropy in this place, it is too late for so many more. Nothing will change. Nothing will change. But Mr. Cannot, even if hope will continue to bring us pain, I still think it's worth it. If we give up on hope, what is the meaning of everything we've had to endure? Doctor? Oh, quite the rousing speech, friend. You did not convince me, but you will find it hard to do so. But I felt the sincerity of your emotions. I do like how you still refuse to bow to reality, despite having seen it. Though to be honest, you've already embarrassed yourselves. Let's put that speech aside for now. I know that you two are very practical people, so I'll also pose a very practical question. I'm quite curious. What will you do next? You've already arrived at the messenger outpost at the border, and you will be leaving this place soon. Do you plan to turn around and head back? What then? To be frank, my friend, unless you have some way of getting your things back from them, you will have a very hard time resolving these matters. Will you charge there single-handedly with all guns blazing? Should I lend you a burden bee so you can look like a hero of the Vale from the indigenous Colombian people's folklore? Oh, I almost forgot. You can't fight. Mr. Cannot, please don't say that about the doctor. No, Amia, he's right. Sometimes we don't necessarily need to use force. From the sound of things, you plan to appeal to reason. Bro does hit him with a... But you're a bitch, bro. 4 days later. Columbia Detention Center. Alright, you can leave now. Thank you. Thank you very much. Doctor? It went well, Amir. Don't do that again. I was worried sick. You played your bag of tricks quite well, my friend. Very clever. I'm glad that your little excursion I took you on was not in vain. Nor was me waiting out here for a few days. I really did underestimate you. But I'm a bit scared of you now, my friend. I'll take that as a compliment. I still don't understand. What happened? Simply stated, a clever friend here voluntarily surrendered to Colombian Customs and Border Protection. Is that what Tin Man was referencing? Or was that from actually when we arrived in Motsi? Is he referencing it like saying, you know, you've been with the customs agency? Yo, Relden, what's up, dude? Saying that your company had smuggled a batch of erypathy-related drugs into Colombia. If you know anything about Colombian laws, you should know that erypathy-related drugs are the most strictly regulated medical products. The company that lobbied to implement this law in the past spent a lot of efforts to monopolize the drug market in Colombia. The information provided by our friend here definitely alarmed the Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arch Units, and Originium, and they certainly aren't easy to deal with. Per protocol, the Bureau's security forces went there in no time and seized all items in the smuggled product trade. We have complete contracts and records of our cooperation with them, which should be easy to find. Haha, that's the important part. Miss Rabbit, when they chose to attack you, they had no intention of leaving any footprints. They have destroyed all evidence of this cooperation, and nothing would match up with in the investigation. So what kind of situation will prevent a company from leaving behind any evidence of a transaction? What else but shady business? So it was the Colombian government that seizes all the samples. According to law, they will destroy these smuggled goods, and then there's nothing after that. Mama John's is pretty much omnipotent around here. What if the scope extends to cover all of Colombia? Colombian Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Arch Units, and Originium. Their name might be a mouthful, but they have some competent people, and they'll be watching closely. I understand now. But even with that being the case, won't Rhodes Island have a blackened record? Huh. This is Colombia after all. There's not a company out there with a perfectly wiped rear. Pay a fine, sign off the ticket, and it won't be long until people forget about it. Perhaps people might have stopped caring already. After all, in order to cover their ass, Mama John's might have inadvertently given Rhodes Island its best cover, and in case the Bureau really came for Rhodes Island, they would be the ones in trouble. Of course, your doctor did spend 3 days in the Bureau's detention room, which is its own price. It's hard for me to evaluate this move, Doctor. Dr. Calcity's going to be mad. That she will be. If there's anything I know about her, I'll just tell her I learned from watching her. Wouldn't mouth off like that if I were you. Oh, Blaze, the gang's all here. The well-built feline operator is looking at you with the eyes of helplessness. Doctor, you caused a real big uproar this time around. Fines, fees, jail time, and even the Colombian government investigating illegitimate business practices. But I've no clue how you managed to sort it all out. I almost had to call Dr. Calcit myself. How the hell are you going to explain all this to her when you get back? I have my ways. Doctor, please don't ever take a gamble like this in the future. You could contact the ship and wait for support. Besides, Rhodes Island actually has a contingency plan for dealing with situations like this. At least the trip through the wastelands was fun, wasn't it? Fun? I suppose just a little. Doctor, don't change the subject. After we get back, you have to tell the whole truth to Dr. Calcit. I'll help you with the report. Okay. Then I suppose it is time to part ways, my friend. As I said before, our journey together was most enjoyable. Yes, it definitely was. Thank you so much, Mr. Cannot. Much, Mr. Cannot. I do believe we will meet again in the near future. Until then, I wish you good health. See you later. Who was that? It made sense there was something else under that nice front of his. Doctor. There's something I'd like to ask you. Back then, you said you needed Mr. Cannot to do a little favour for you. What was it? Three days ago. Somewhere in the wastelands. You're a real crazy one, friend. It's a rather destructive trick you've got there. So, what do you need my help with? No, we don't want to use force. I still want to keep the option open. I'd like your people to protect Amy up until she leaves safely. Maybe your people can ensure that Rhodes Island doesn't come under attack. In case of emergency, I'd like your people to do some cleanup work for me. Oi, hold up. Easy now. What do you mean by my people? Mr. Cannot, I hope you can at least be honest with me now. We've been followed the whole way, right? It might just be lucky, as you said. But is it really just luck? Strange man has gone silent, but you can't judge his expression under the thick bucket helm. However, you feel that silence harbours neither anger nor dissatisfaction. Well done, Dr. Pixeltree. I thought my friends did a good job concealing themselves. This whole time I took you for an intelligent but overly sentimental person. You truly are full of surprises. Well then, Dr. Pixeltree, of course I can help you with this little favour, though I believe that with Miss Amia's skills, she won't really need my help. But business is business, and what can you offer me? I'll turn a blind eye to the documents you took from my car. How does that sound to you? Beautifully played, friend. It's a deal. If everything goes well, we will see you in 3 days. Of course, my friend. I wish you the best of luck. I was a sly git, yeah. Alright, you can come out now. You alone? Is it over? Not quite. The upcoming show should be quite entertaining. That one's extremely dangerous. We shouldn't let him go. We could come up against that Rhodes. Oh. He was talking about the Rustammers, aren't he? Why should we help them? Just trust me. The existence of an organisation like theirs is good for us. The longer such people live, the more interesting this world will become. Let's go, friends. We still have a lot of work to do. Oh, involved with the gangs. He's actually kind of intriguing, isn't he? He's intriguing. Kanati's a little rat. Alright then. I'm going to call it now, boys. I want to carry on, actually, but I want to get this video sorted. I probably am just going to record the video. Obviously, what we talked about, everything earlier about Etch Space. I'm probably going to record it, condense it a little bit, try and keep it a little bit more focused, and talk about that, because I want to get a video up specifically speaking about that. I want to start getting some feedback videos again. So tomorrow, I think we'll probably end up just doing some more Arknights. Just lock in now, probably. As I say, once I've got Rossi built, which probably should happen tomorrow now, because I've got gear components, I just need to start farming essences. I can gear her up, level her up. That will take 2 seconds, and we might do one of the days this week. We'll do we'll just do some, like, you know, playing around with some teams and stuff, and figuring out Rossi and stuff, you know. I'm gonna lock in next time. Yeah. Have a good night and have a good rest. Appreciate it. Ambient Synthesis trailer first. Oh shit, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Has somebody got a link to it? Anybody got a link to Ambient Synthesis? Yeah. Is it on, where is he? Where's the trailer? We got a link to the trailer. It's in React Smash. Is he? We just have a look. Oh, here we go. One from River. River, sorry. Video unavailable. This video has been removed by the uploader. Did bro get nuked? Did his video get nuked? You had to take it down. Video's gone, bruh. I mean, it's a night rain beer. Yeah, I think I'm probably gonna record it as a specific video, I think. So I'll upload it as a video so you can check it out. But yeah, you can let me know what you think. Quick question. I just want to ask a quick question again, right? Just so I got this as a fact. If you die in a run on Night Rain, what do you lose? I did ask this question, but I think I missed what people were saying because the chat was a bit busier. Am I just losing the gear, the stuff that I've got in the run? Or is it run over? You lose one level. What does that specifically mean? What does losing one level mean, though? Check smash again. Lose a level, have to get your souls back like... Okay. You have to get your souls back like Dark Souls. What happens if you die again before you get your souls? During the nightly boss, though, it's run over. So the nightly boss, is that the two sub-bosses and the main boss? Is if you die in any of the bosses, it's over? Those souls are lost forever. So what benefit do the souls give you in Night Rain, then? Is that specifically like... Is that good? Does that go towards permanent upgrades and stuff, and purchases and shit? Like I'm assuming, like I suppose that's potentially like a rogue-like part of it. Yeah, you want to get out with those. Is that like the stuff you want to extract with in a sense? Because I'm assuming like the weapons and stuff don't. Because I should imagine every run you start fresh with that, right? Like the souls and what you take out. Everything else is probably just lost on the run anyway, whether you get out or whatever, right? So you got like, obviously, you're starting from scratch. Well, not scratch. You're starting from a better version of scratch, right? The souls you spend to level. Right, okay. Okay, then. All right. Yeah, I was just curious. It's like I say, I've got a different idea for what I'd like to see potentially in Etch space, which you don't really take anything out from the run. You need a high level to use higher quality weapons and a lot of stats. Makes sense. All right, boys. I'm gonna call it there. I'm gonna go make this video. I will see you all tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day. Stay safe, all that good stuff. I'll catch you all in a bit. Right. You know.